KO Knives, dude, what is up, man? How are you doing? Drawings and stuff, what's going on? How you doing? Yeah, I figured I'd do a surprise live stream. I'm still pretty pumped up my Blade show. So seemed like a good thing to do. Dude, I am good, man. I just got back from Blade show a little while ago. I got a big ass haul. Jason Beecher, what's up? Yeah, no kidding, man. 250 is great. But yeah, I just got back from Blade. I am pretty pumped. That was a hell of a day. Yeah, we're gonna give it a couple of minutes and let the D20 pick the knife out. So we've got this thing and the 40 something 43 4116 stainless. Yeah, either way, a weird stainless. We got the Civivi Civivi Cogent, which yeah, it could have been so much better. We got a Casvano in 3CR13 to play with. Um, I like this goofiness, even though it's not great. And we've got the Paraframe still lurking and waiting. Um, Drop your guesses. Which one do you think it's going to pick? Which one will the Die of Fate pick for us? Yeah, I still don't know what happened last night. We had 80 maximum concurrent viewers at one time for like the first 5 minutes. Oh, that's awesome. Maxilla, what's up, dude? Yeah, I'm still kind of amped pretty badly, so I figured live stream. We can do that until I can't go anymore. But yeah, that's cool. I think I picked up like 9 or 10 subs while I was there. The guys at Kel, somebody was doing a live there, and someone told the lady to find someone with an interesting shirt and interview them. So we got we were on a live stream for Kel Knives somewhere. So if you really want to work for it, there's a face reveal. I don't know if Tim School of Fish is gonna post a picture I got with him or he got with me. We'll see, but yeah, this is a hell of a day, and I'm really excited about talking to Nafs and talking to Vastid. Um, Horse gums, I'm not going to hurt anybody except cardboard. If you're cardboard, you're in danger. We're going to go through and punish one of these with as much cardboard as I can cut up until the edge wears out. That's what we do here. Um, the cops aren't necessary. I'm still wearing pants, but I do appreciate your concern. But no, we're going to do edge retention testing on something here. We're going to flog the hell out of it. Yeah. But welcome. And right now we're waiting. This 20-sided die is going to pick one of these four knives. So we're taking guesses as to which one it's going to pick. I'm kind of hoping for 11 to 15 to go in on just a piece of goofiness, but yeah, we're gonna let this pick in about a minute here. So we got the Cold Steel 1911, like 4116 stainless, some weird stainless I've never used before. I think this is 9CR. I'm gonna have to go and look if the die picks this one. We know on 9CR does good. 3CR on this goofy bastard. Sam X35, what's going on? And the Gerber Paraframe and the Mystery Steel, where they won't tell us what it is. So we got a guess for an 8, a 17, bulletproof. What's up? Well, yeah, me too, man. That's what we're doing here. So we're tearing up cardboard until the edge wears out, and I'm shooting the shit with you guys. We have fun doing this. But come on, Daddy needs a new pair of something. Who said I was gonna roll an 8? KO, what's up, dude? You were right. I rolled an 8. B for Baron, what's up? So we rolled an 8. We got the Civivi Cogent. Let's put these back in the box and let me find out what the steel is for this real quick for y'all, so we know what we're doing. Because if it's 9CR, we're gonna have a pretty lengthy stream here. Come on. Damn it. Oh! Oh! Guys! I think we got 14C28 in here. So, for those of y'all that are new here, 14C28N is one of the steels that's been requested to be tested out for the longest. And we haven't had anything. We tried this Sativian ST155, and this is one of the worst knives I've ever owned. This thing is god-awful. So, we got about an hour of 14C28N off of this. But I do appreciate the sub. I saw that, Sam. Let's see if there's anywhere marked on this. There's nothing marked on it, but according to the listings, yeah, you did call it. But at least the internet says on Civivi's website that this is 14C28N. So guess what, guys? We're doing some 14C28N. Show you how sharp this thing is before we go in on it. So it is plenty sharp. Civivi has some pretty good factory edges. Sam, how do you like yours? Because mine, like, even when I get the timing right with the close, like if I'm not super delicate with it, it bounces back open every time I try to shut it. And that puts me off of a lot of button locks. Like it has to be done just right. This one, I don't like that button lock. I like everything else about the knife though. So let's get our first cut and see how it feels. No, well, that's the thing is, like, even when I'm, like, if I'm not being really delicate with it, you know, it just doesn't work. And, like, the pyrite, I can close it this hard. It doesn't bounce back open. You know, the other button locks I've had and handled, they don't do this bad. But, yeah, that's a nice cut. We're going to have a good time tonight. Yeah, I will make stuff occasionally when I'm in the mood for it, and then I'll just make that thing for weeks and then burn out on it. The last thing I made a lot of was lanyard beads, and I got to make some more of those. I gave some away at Blade Show. The guy at Vostede, the one who did the resin for that prototype that I got, I showed him one of my thermochromic beads. You know, you hold it in your hand for a while and it changed colors. So he's got one of my beads he's taken back to China with him, I believe. And then they're going to take a look at that and mess with it while they're doing the experimentation on the resin scales. I also introduced him to Alumilite instead of the polyester resin he's been using because the resin's been chipping out on him and cracking and stuff, and Alumilite's way better for that. So I am sincerely hoping that we're going to see a knife. That's cool, though. Like, those knives came from somewhere special. Like, you don't have to have a lot of knives. You need one good one. You know, I think I'm pushing 200 folding knives right now just because I'm doing this channel, and I keep, you know, like, I need something new to carry every week or every 2 weeks, just depending on what I have on hand. You know, I think through the course of Blade Show, you know, like 4 knives that I picked up today are duplicates of stuff I have that I know is going to be good for the 2K giveaway when I hit 2,000 subscribers. But I think aside from those 4, I picked up another 12 or 13 knives. I think I'd have to count them all. But, you know, I got some stuff that we're going to flog pretty hard. You know, the Rosecraft stuff, I'm definitely going to be doing at least 2 of those are getting their own live streams, and they are going to be pushing them to the point of failure. Like, those may be the longest live streams of my life. I don't know. But we started this at, we'll call it 6:35. My most expensive knife right now that I can get a fixed price tag on is the Benchmade bug out with the aluminum scales and the M390 blade. I don't know what they're going for now. KO, if you do me a favor and what, this blade ain't making it far? You kidding me? This is 14C28N. No, the 14 was from today's haul. There are some more from Friday's haul. So, like, that 14 is just from today. Um, from that video. There was I think 4 more that I picked up Friday. Check the sharpness again. It's sharp. Like, it's plenty sharp. Yeah, like, we're shaving. Yeah, you might not have been here for whole streams, but the knives we start out with are usually this sharp. Um, we're gonna see the finest part of the apex gone after maybe an hour. 2 hours in, we might start seeing a little bit more rag on the cut through paper. I figure at least 4 hours before we start really tearing and rolling the cardboard and cutting like crap. So yeah, that Benchmade is the most expensive knife that I own that I can get a firm price tag on. I've also got a Gerber Guardian Mark II dagger from the early 1980s. It's about 275, 300 bucks itself. I've got a Kukri from Pacific Cutlery, which is Benchmade before they were Benchmade years and years ago. I know that's worth something, but I don't know what in the condition mine is in. I've got a Puma Prince folding knife that I've seen one with the case and everything for like $600 online, but I don't have the case board anymore, and it's been used. Yeah, that piece of cardboard, when it starts rolling over and gets really abused, like, it doesn't stay rigid enough to cut easily. So that's what we have going on there. And both of my screens say I only have 3 viewers right now. That ain't making much sense. But B for Baron, do you want to pick a figure out? You got free reign. There's 8 to pick from. So I know you haven't really been here to pick out a figure before, so we got the Ninja, Frankenstein, Grim Reaper, Robot, Knight, Mummy, Alien, and Scuba Guy. Bill, what's going on, man? Dude, you're good. You're good. Last night was an interesting stream, though. That Rough Rider did so much better than I thought it would. So much. I was so impressed. But yeah, I'm coming down off my Blade Show high, and I figured I'm still wide awake, so we're doing this. Yeah, you missed KO Knives' stream too last night. For shame. Beaver, you want to pick a figure and help us lower the property value? Okay, Frankenstein. We got Frankenstein. Now, if you haven't been to one of these before, at least I made it to one of the streams. All right, one more. And there went 3 viewers. Yep. Every time. Every time. Oh, that Castoria. Oh my God. I love that thing already. Like, it's got a look that I'm very, very attracted to. Like, you've got a very gentlemanly look to it. And that button lock is very different from every other button lock I've handled. You can't open it off the button lock, but you can close it. But it's got a nice, gentle sweep, even when you flick the shit out of it to close it, so it doesn't bounce open. Like, everything about that thing is skookum as frig. Like, I genuinely can't wait to carry that one and then do Cardboard Slayer on it. Yeah, though, they're $20 right now. So they're on sale. Why the butt chin? You know what? I brought them down to be funny on my first stream, and everybody likes them, and everybody likes getting a chance to pick one whenever I'm ready to do another one. So they become a thing. And just about every time we break those out, like 3 people dip out. Also, hi Penguin. But every time we do one of those, we lose like 3 viewers, and it's funny as hell. But yeah, so Rosecraft is moving out some of their first run stock to make room for new inventory and new models. So they're clearing those out at really damn good prices. Like I got one of them. I don't remember the name right now, but that was like 15 bucks. I got 2 Castorias, one for the giveaway, one for me. The Pocket Monster I think was 25. Like, and at least taking them out of the box and handling them today, they feel really good. Like I can see why Tim was going on. I can see why Tim was so excited about them. So Rosecraft is going to get tagged in every single one of those videos. And when we do Cardboard Slayer, especially on that Pocket Monster, I'm going in. Yeah, someday in the far-flung future, Super Chats are going to earn a fart. Like, that'll be one change to the program. Gunter. Like, I liked what I saw with Adventure Time whenever it came out, but my kids were at that annoying age, and I didn't really want to get into that and then have them find out and turn into the most annoying thing I've ever lived through. If you're over a certain age and you have kids, you had to survive that Fred dipshit. Fucking non-stop screaming, pitch shifted up, and they'd be watching that at full volume in the living room. Yeah, I need to go back and watch Adventure Time at some point. Right now, where my head's at, I can't focus long enough to sit there and watch a TV show. Haven't watched movies. I got them stacked up. I haven't taken them out of the case yet. They still got the plastic wrap on them. Which, you know, I've got stuff I'm doing that fills up at least some of my time. But a lot of it is I'm so exhausted from work. And just jumping back and forth, you know, like I've complained, jumping back and forth between closing and opening nonstop, like, it's worn me out. Fook Doozle, what's up? I'm still, like, wired from Blade Show, so here we are. And we got 14C28 in finally, and a knife that we can actually use. We gonna learn today. Yeah, I thought it was 9CR this whole time until I looked it up online. Yes, sir, Knight's Edge, we are slaying some cardboard. We got 14C28 in finally, that I didn't know I had in 14C28 in. So we are definitely going in on it. But yeah, it is the Civivi Cogent. This is the one with the button lock that I don't like, just because it keeps bouncing back open even when I'm gentle with the close. Like, it's really hard to stop it from bouncing open on the shut. Which, if I would have played with it more at Blade, what was this? 2 years? This was a Blade 2 years ago, I think. Like, that's how long it's been, and I think I carried it for a few days and decided I didn't like it and never did anything with it. Oh. But let's try the insane cardboard. Let's try insanity. That is a reasonably easy cut. I will take it. So the cut through that, I give it about a 6.5 out of 10. EDCNC, what's going on, man? Yeah, I found your card in my wallet. I'm like, where'd I get that? I've had so much going on today. Yeah, weren't you talking to me at the Vosteed booth? And speaking of, like, yeah, I've got the pyrite, and the button lock on that's very forgiving. Yes, okay, I know who you are. Yes, sir. Yeah, did you guys enjoy the rest of Blade Show? But you know, the CJRB pyrite, the Kajerb, that one's got a nice button lock that works well. Like, you can still beef it if you got bad timing, but it's easy to work with, you know. And with me, dang it, there we are. With like me trying to, you know, pull it out, open it, close it, and put it back quickly while I'm trying to do 3 other things at work, like this ain't gonna do it. You know, I don't have the time needed to be delicate with what I'm doing. That Vosteed prototype, I did take that and sharpen it. So it's got like, I spent more time on it than normal, so that edge is much more completely mirrored. And it's yeah, it's sharp as it gets. I'm probably going to carry it for a couple of days just to get a feel for it, but that one's not seeing abuse. But I really, really sincerely hope that we see thermochromic resin on some of those scales if they do make the resin scales production. Because that was the thing. I saw that, and I was talking to someone at the booth, and I'd asked them, I was like, hey, is that resin going to be a production thing, or what's going on there? And she said, possibly, we're working on it. So then I got into the spiel about the thermochromic resin, and the guy that's doing the resin, trying to get it figured out, got real excited. So I walked him through that. I left him a note with the thermochromic resin, like what to look for pigment. I also offered some help on right, but I also offered him some help on what kind of resin to be using. So thermochromic resin, it's not the resin itself, it's the pigment. Okay, I've got thermochromic powder that you mix into the resin. So I've been using it in tabletop epoxy and Alumilite. Alumilite resin's pretty tough. Like, polyester resin will shatter on you if you're not careful with it. It'll chip out like crazy. Alumilite is a good bit tougher and more forgiving. So, you know, that was the thing. Like, I told him to try out Alumilite, see if that treats him better, because he said the polyester resin was chipping out on him while I was working with it. And he's running, all right, Fook, see you in a bit. He's running the resin through a CNC mill, which I have no idea how to make that optimized at all. But yeah, and he also was asking about making it glow in the dark, so I showed him the materials I used for that. He was asking about blacklight reactive, so I gave him some tips for that too. Like, I fed him a ton of information, you know, and like, that's one thing. They had me write down what it was and spelled properly: thermochromic resin, and what it does. You know, changes color when it gets warm. And it sat there, the note sat there for a while, and I looked at it, I'm like, you know what? And I wrote my email address on it, my channel name. So maybe something will come out of it, maybe something won't. You know, I'm not necessarily looking for credit for it. I didn't think to talk to CRKT about it, but Vosteed is a smaller, newer company, and they're looking for ways to stand out. So that may be what does it, because I don't know about you, but I would love a pocket knife that's like blue when I put it in my pocket, and after it warms up in my pocket, I pull it out and it's bright green. That would be cool as shit. I've been thinking about that for years. And fortunately, I had one of my thermochromic lanyard beads on me, and I showed them how it works, and so that bead's going back to China with them, and maybe something comes out of it. I would love to see that, but like CRKT, they're not doing the really weird stuff right now. Like that's one thing that sucks is they're not doing the weird stuff. And like if y'all remember last night's live stream, we were talking about who would be the right people for the translucent colored resin, and I talked to Naps about it. It was a very brief conversation, but he gave me his card and said, get in touch with me. I have not seen their newest release. No, sir. I swung by the CRKT booth, and I looked at a couple things, and there's like everything here that I don't already have is too expensive. I need to move on. And I will say the Vosteed booth, on Friday, they were giving away the Ankylo, the Ankylo, the prototypes for that. And I was there when they started asking about who wanted to, be on camera for a prototype. I got all excited, and they're like, you have to have owned at least 3 Vosteeds. They wanted you to kind of sell at the company, which I understand. They wanted to give those to Vosteed fans. But that hurt my feelings so bad. I was like, I want another prototype. I really do. And, we were standing there talking to them earlier in the morning. And, they said, like, we're giving these away. And I'm like, oh, really? And I was like, yeah, just be here at 1 o'clock. Be in line for it. And, like, no joke, I went there at 11:30 and parked myself. And they tried to just tell me to go ahead and grab one and go because they didn't want to make me sit there for an hour and a half. I'm like, Josh, what is up? I was like, that would not be fair to the people that did come in here at 1 o'clock and got their number and all that. And I know if I was coming in there to wait in line, I wouldn't want to see some dude just pick one up and walk away. So I did the right thing, and I sat there and waited it out. They were cool about it, and they even gave me a chair, which I greatly appreciate. And, I had a good time just sitting there talking to them. Okay, let's CRKT nucleus. Yeah, that's kind of weird, but it's not the kind of weird I'm looking for. Like if you look up their stuff with Ed Van Hoy, that's the kind of weird I'm looking for. CRKT Fial. Come on, this phone's being slow. That's also not too bad looking, but that's, again, not the kind of weird that I'm looking for. Something else I found out. Blade HQ has a steel comparison chart. So you can go on there and you find a chart that just kind of compares the steels to each other and gives you an idea of what you're looking at. I just found out about that today. So we now have more information. KO, I know you're about to just mess that thing up and pull all the information out of that you can, but like it'll tell you where Nitro V is compared to 154 CM and all that. Like it's got them all ranked out. Which that is some valuable information. Especially for someone like me, that is incredibly valuable. The back of my truck is going to be filled with big boxes full of shredded cardboard when I go back to work. I may have to break it up into 2 or 3 installments. Jason Beecher, thank you for pointing that out, sir. Yeah, like I see what they're doing with the Fial. That being said, I have no use for a corkscrew. Like, it looks good. That's kind of like the CEO style knife. It's got that, like, executive look. It wouldn't look out of place in a more upscale setting. So I can see what they're going for there. But yeah, like I'm hoping this thing goes for the whole night, like either until I'm exhausted or out of cardboard, which this will probably be the last live stream until I'm no longer on vacation and I can get more cardboard. Which, you know, I'm not going back to work until Thursday. So, you know, I'm not going to do another live stream before the end like I wanted to, but I also wasn't planning this one. Yeah, I just wanted to chew the fat about Blade Show and do some cutting. And I will say, like, when I got to the Cold Steel booth, because they got the Cold Steel, Camillus, and SOG under one banner now. You know, I asked about the SOG, and I totally forgot to check out the Camillus stuff, so I went back, and I was really excited to find new stuff from Camillus. We'll see how it does. Like, this is also a factory edge. This is not me sharpening it to 18 degrees or mirroring it out or doing anything like that. Like, this is how it was when it poked me in the finger and I started bleeding at Blade Show 2 years ago. And yeah, the Kaiser that vanished is the, oh, it's not the same. It's not. You know, it's... So, like, when you start looking at the brands that have kind of fallen off, like, you know, I'm lukewarm with Gerber, I'm lukewarm with Kershaw. You know, I got a soft spot for Schrade, but I don't see their stuff up for sale anymore, really. You know, they're not like a really regularly mentioned brand anymore. Kind of how to put it, like they're not mainstream like they used to be. But Camillus, I just got a soft spot for. I will say, though, this thing's cutting like butter. She's cutting so good right now. And I never could find Outdoors 55. I kept looking around, but like today we went in at, we were there at 9 a.m. or a little after 9 a.m. when they opened the doors. We were there till an ass hair after 1 o'clock. I kept looking for Outdoors 55. And never saw him, which is a bummer. Butter cuts cardboard if you get it going fast enough. Yeah, this thing should have just been a liner lock. I was told that that was a known issue with this particular model in the early runs, so they fixed it in the later runs, but I didn't get one of those. No, I mean, the thing is, Schrade still did some cool stuff. Especially that magic assisted opening system was just one of the coolest things and one of the most satisfying things I've ever used. They had some cool stuff like the Boneyard and the other Schrade I had that's kind of like you know, it's got Cybertruck angles on it. It's a very cool knife overall. You know, they still had cool stuff after 04. You know, and oh wow, hell yeah. Yeah, if you got vacation time saved up when you leave a job, they gotta either pay you for it or let you use it. One of the two. Like, legally, they can't withhold it from you. And believe me, like, I'm gonna have some leftover time at the end of the year, because I'm not used to having, what is it, the better part of 4 weeks of vacation time a year. So I didn't really plan for it. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to burn some up and then save like 10 days worth as a work through. And I got to sit down and get that sorted out. Nameless EDC, what's going on, man? Welcome to the stream. We got 14C28 in finally, so we're finally going in on that after many viewer requests. Yeah, I mean, I've had trouble holding down jobs in the past and living up to the expectations of said jobs, but I'm at a point now where I'm pretty much the only income in the house. No, that's very cool, man. That's very cool. But yeah, I'm the only income in the house, so like the wife gets some hours at work, but not many. But I'm like really putting in a shitload of effort to try to make sure that soon she can just retire and stop working and do whatever the hell she feels like. Like that's the goal immediately. Get us back on top of bills and everything, and just let her stop working and do whatever she wants. Sam X35, welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, on a knife that doesn't destroy my hand. Yeah, that ST155 is definitely a Hall of Shame. John Doe, what's going on, man? Welcome. We're dicing up cardboard with the 14C28 in until the edge craps out. We are going to see how many hours it lasts. We have got a Civivi Cogent button lock, 14C28 in. So we've done a bunch of different steels on these streams, and 14C28 in keeps getting requested. And the last time we tried that, we had like the worst knife I've ever bought. Just about, yeah, it's pretty nice. It's just, I don't like the button lock on this one. It keeps bouncing back open when you try to shut it, unless your timing is just absolutely perfect. And Durgos on that have been good so far. But yeah, like this is one of those things where you have to spend that much time learning how to use it. It better be for a really good reason, and just a basic ass knife like this ain't necessarily a really good reason. You know, outside of the button lock, I really like it. You know, I do enjoy a good Civivi. But yeah, and if you haven't seen it, I'm gonna complain a little bit. Where did I throw it? Oh, this was the other 14C28 we tried, and this knife was made wrong in every possible way except for how the blade looks. This thing is terrible. There is a video explaining all this on the channel. I don't have any CPM 154. I don't have any of Kershaw's nicer offerings. You know, like here we kind of live and die by stuff that's under $50. Preferably under 35. Can I get freaky? Not terribly. I'm pretty vanilla. About all I can do is tell jokes at work that come close to violating several policies. I appreciate the optimism, though. There's not enough to be made selling it on Blade Binge to really cover the time and effort that goes into it. You know, especially not now that it's you could consider it fairly heavily used, especially by the end of the night tonight. I'm trying to think. No, the thing that I got today that is something we haven't messed with yet is a Nitro V. Luke, what's going on, man? What's going on, dude? Welcome, and also welcome. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, I got some Nitro V today that we're gonna play with. I'm gonna carry the knife, do my review, and then it's going in for a live stream, and we'll see how long Nitro V holds up. I was told it's gonna be a little bit less edge retention than 154 cm. So maybe that'll take 7.5 hours to dull out. God, the 8-hour live stream was something else. yeah, do stick around. Like live streams are usually about once a week. And what I normally do is I'll pick 4 knives out of the box of stuff for live streams, and then I'll roll this 20-sided die to pick which knife we go with. That's what happened tonight. I rolled an 8, and that was this one. But yeah, like they're regular. You know, and I love doing these. One, like when I see knife reviewers that just take the knife out of the box, open and close it once or twice, and go, yeah, this thing is fantastic, and don't do any work with it, or don't, you know, they don't actually test it out. I don't like that. So if I do this here, 1, we get feedback on how good the edge actually holds up, and 2, there's proof that it happened. Like you can go back and look and see exactly what happened with it while I work with it. And of course, hanging out with you guys and talking is fantastic. Last night's live stream, we came up with an idea for you know, some see-through knife scales in colors, like kind of like Ultim, but not ugly. You know, like you'd have the translucent red, green, blue, pink, whatever you want. And we figured out that NAFs would be the perfect company for it, so I actually talked to him about it. And, you know, Ben gave me his card, said shoot me an email. And I've done that, so... You know, I hope they try it out. I would love to see those in production. Especially like if you were a child of the late 80s and early 90s. You know exactly what I'm talking about going into the 2000s, where everything was clear, translucent plastic. Apple computers, Nintendo 64s, Nintendo 64 controllers. Like, as soon as I saw Ultim for the first time, I knew exactly what I wanted. And Vosteed, I talked to those guys about resin for scales that changes colors when it gets warm. Your knife is blue when you put it in your pocket, and it's bright green when you pull it back out. You know. Oh, this thing is cutting so nice. Yeah, so that was the other thing, is I did walk them through how to make glow-in-the-dark resin and where to find the pigments and all that. I walked them through glow-in-the-dark resin. I walked them through the easiest ways to make blacklight reactive resin that doesn't glow in the dark. I went through a lot with them. So I'm hoping some of that shows up later, you know. I'm not necessarily looking for credit for it. I just want to see it happen, you know. Yes, so like the Hot Wheels, like, and the old Hot Wheels cars from like the late 1980s that changed color in hot water. Like those things. I know exactly what you're talking about because I had a Ferrari Testarossa that did that. That was my favorite toy car. I think it went from white to a really, really pastel pink. Like, we're talking about a much more profound color change. And I happen to have one of the resin beads that I made that changed colors to show him how it worked and give him that to take back to China with him. So, you know. Yeah, I had a nice box of Hot Wheels cars. Stuff happened to them. That's a different story. A little bit too dark and messed up for here. But, yeah. You know, and that's the thing, is like being able to make contact with these guys face to face and talk to them about stuff like this. You know, even if you're a tiny ass channel like this one with like, you know, 1,100 subs, is really cool. Like, you know, that's what I love to. Yeah, sure, getting some credit for that and having that turn into something that's valuable to me would be amazing, but I just want to see it happen. I don't need the credit. You know, I don't need to be credited for it. I just want to see it happen. None of the ones I had were worth money. They got played with out on concrete and asphalt. Wasn't a damn one of them that had the paint still on them, right? Yeah, I don't have a lot left from when I was a kid. And I'm hoping the stack of boxes that I got from Frito-Lay holds up for the night. So you new guys that are here are in for a bit of a treat. You know what? I'm just gonna pick one out this time. But every so often we stop and we amuse ourselves and then go back to cutting. And we usually lose like 3 viewers every time we do it, and it is hilarious. Just a guess, what is up, man? What is going on, dude? Come on. Bro. When the cardboard has weird soft spots from being handled too much, it doesn't like cutting and it just messes the whole thing up. It's very frustrating. But I am going to pick out the scuba guy. How long am I streaming? Either until I get too tired or the cardboard runs out. I haven't picked one yet either. But we're doing scuba guy. Come on, where is it? There we are. But, Josh, remind me in about 30, 45 minutes here, you can pick one out. Yeah, I brought a few of those down just trying to be funny, like the first or second stream I did, and just everybody likes them, so they're staying. But yeah, like I did get into baseball cards for a minute, and that's another thing, like, just basically bad family happened. So, like, those are long gone. Like, baseball cards were fun back in the day, and then, I discovered cards you could actually play games with, and was like, nope, this is my life now. This is my entire personality. So I ended up playing competitive Magic the Gathering for years. Which I do miss, but my collection, I had to sell that after the divorce because I didn't have anyone to play against, and I also couldn't find work. And I'm not going back into that game. I wasn't going to go back in without my collection, but the way they are treating that, they release so much, so fast, and it's so expensive that there's no way in hell I could possibly even dream of keeping up with it. You know, like, the most expensive thing I bought at Blade Show was, yeah, you had mentioned that earlier. But, you know, the most expensive thing I bought at Blade Show was $100, and that was because I went in specifically looking for a prototype from Devo Knives, and I offered him $100 to get the best one he had there, and he really, really hooked me up. The Vosteed Raccoon prototype was free. Everything else that I bought was, I think, the next most expensive was, I think, 50, 55? Yeah, 55 for the Kaiser Nice Guy. So, everything else, like 25, 35 bucks. Got the Rough Riders for 10 bucks. And those Rough Riders should be decent giveaway knives, especially if we got guys here that are into traditionals. Yeah, I had some Pokemon cards for a while, nothing too terribly exciting. I think it was like a couple of starter sets. And I learned the basics of how to play, and I was like, this is alright, but I prefer my home. Palmer Connolly, what's going on, dude? We are cutting with a Civivi Cogent, and we finally got 14C28N on a knife I can actually use. You know, I'm still wired and overstimulated from Blade Show, and the wife's sleeping, so here we are. And we're going to see whether I run out or the cardboard runs out first. KO, what's going on? We don't have questions about anything at the moment. Yeah, I know my kids got into Pokemon cards for a while, and I did get them at least competent playing. I don't know if they still have them. Oh, and while I was at the Cold Steel booth, you better believe I picked up and messed with a Cold Steel Mayhem. Oh my God, I need that. No, if you're not a hard user, you genuinely don't need a Super Steel of some kind. But last night we did the first traditional on this channel. Like, I don't really have a good way to carry and use a traditional. So, like, I don't buy them. I don't really do videos on them. It's just like, I can't be digging around underneath a big wad of keys in my pocket to get a traditional knife out. So I don't, like, I'm not going to buy something and put it on a video that I can't do a fair, comprehensive review on. And it's just, you know, if I can't give you guys honest feedback about whether or not it's good because I didn't carry it, I'm not going to do it. But yeah, if you haven't looked at Rough Rider knives for your traditionals, like, they are really cheap, but God almighty, they're good. The VG10 stainless on that one, it took 3 hours of doing this before it wore out. Yeah, like, I'm still waiting to see, like, let me know if anything you design gets picked up, because I want to see that. Yeah, something else that was interesting. If you follow Forged in Fire at all, or you follow other channels, Eduardo Sol of yeah, no, I was so surprised because the Smoky Mountain Knife Works had a table, stacks and stacks and stacks of the Wasp series, $10 each. So I figured, you know what, we'll do a live stream. And, you know, we'll play around with this thing because I don't mess with traditionals. I was so surprised by this thing. I was blown away at how good this is. If I did carry traditionals, I would have so many Rough Riders right now. So many. But, like, I know Ed Saul Crafts has been picking up a lot of traction with at least some channels. And he was on Forge and Fire and won his episode, but I know him. Like, I love seeing him every year at Blade Show because he lives like way out in Indiana or somewhere like there, and that's the only time I get to see him. But he showed me his prototype for his first folding knife, and he's got a lot of good things going on in there. It's got to be refined to hell and back, but that's going to be like a custom boutique knife, like $600 for a production copy when he gets it all said and done. Oh wow, I'd love to be able to. I think the oldest thing that I know that I have that I can verify the age on is I've got a bayonet blank from oh god, one of the Norse countries. Made in around the mid 1960s, that I put a handle on and turned it into a fighting knife, even though I have no clue how to knife fight. It just needed a handle, and I wanted to put one on it. I know I've got some stuff that's probably a lot older, but I can't verify the age or what it is exactly. Am I going to have to stop and look up what a tactical Bexar is now? Thanks, KO. Yeah, let's go take a look. Tactile. All right, let's see what his carried EDC is. Tactile Bexar. Okay, so I see what we're looking at here. Slip joint. Yeah, it looks like a slip joint. Yeah, it's like a nice modernized traditional. I like the milling on it. Like, that's actually really cool milling. Okay, Magna Cut, gotcha. I don't have any Magna Cut, and I'm kind of afraid of getting some Magna Cut, because that's going to mean that I'm going to have to do a live stream with it. Which, again, that's going to be a marathon right there. That marathon is going to be either for charity or making me some money somehow. Which, when I was hanging out with Bees Blades, I was showing him my my stats on YouTube, and I'm getting real close to hitting that earn button, and going in with that, which should at least turn super chats on and AdSense and stuff like that. Like, I'm not gonna pull jack off AdSense. You know, not with the views averaging 35 to 50 per video. Like, that's not gonna really do me any good there. But maybe I can do something with the super chats. Because it would be nice for the effort. Delete funds, what's going on? I'm not making anything. We're pushing the edge on this thing to see how long it lasts. That's what we do here. And a lot of it's so that I've got proof that I did what I did, and I hang out with you guys and shoot the shit. So that's what we do here. And occasionally we have farting action figures, if that interests you. That was a bad cut. That scared the hell out of me, guys. If one of y'all has some pliers I can borrow, I need to pull my underwear back out of my ass. Yeah, and I do know the view counters on these things aren't necessarily super accurate. Like, I get that. Chinchillas? I haven't cut up any chinchillas yet. I like those little guys. I barely know what they are, but I like them. And I'm not sure I could push a chinchilla through cardboard to see how long its edge lasts. I'm not even sure that'd be legal, now that we're thinking about it. What's the edge retention? KO, go find out what the edge retention on a chinchilla is. You're a good man, Bill. You know, the Knipex thing, like, I understand the Knipex thing. I really do. Because there have been jobs I've had where those would be the handiest thing on the planet. Because, like, I'd like have a set of vice grips in my bag. And that's just because, you know, we were using old clapped out equipment that had to be, you know, had to be maintained constantly out in the field. Like, we always had to fix something. And those things came in so handy. But the Knipex would have made life a lot easier. I have no use for them right now, but back then, oh god, yeah. I don't have a good one saved up for you, Fook. Yeah, I don't have one in the chamber, man. Sorry. Yeah, I will say one thing, like that trip to Blade Show, I think I've got content to make for about at least 14 weeks. At least 14 weeks off of all that. And it would be nice if Rosecraft likes how I treat them and how I treat their videos. It'd be cool if like a bit of a partnership came out of that. Okay, so yeah, so a chinchilla has better edge retention than 420J2 is what you're saying. We're going to go with that. A chinchilla has better edge retention than 420J2. I need to get something that we know for a fact is 420J2 just to test it out. I know we got our suspicions on that Ozark trail knife, but we need something that we know so that we can pin it down. Yeah, and like, I'm on the fence right now. Like, do I save up for the edge sharpness tester so that we can get better info from live streams? I don't remember much from that late last night. I was exhausted and meds were starting to kick in, so part of that live stream was a complete blur, which is part of why I had to go. Yeah, because you were showing me what a canoe pattern is. That's right. And yeah, like I knew why I was called a canoe, but you know, I'm never gonna turn down or insult somebody for trying to share information with me. I gotta figure out what the patterns are on the okay, nice. I gotta figure out what the patterns are on the two wasps that I got for the 2K giveaway. But at some point I'll go online and just look and see what they are and get that written down so that I can access that information when I need it. Because those are gonna be left in the box. Give me a second here. Because I grabbed the two that looked the most appealing to me. Figured that was the best way to go about it. Let me finish dicing this up, which this also puts us at the hour mark for cutting cardboard up. And I will say, unless you just hit a bad spot in the cardboard, the cuts are clean. It's the one downside with these Frito-Lay boxes. They got so many soft spots in them. Well, these are for the 2K giveaway. So they're not going to be used. Nothing's going to be done with them. It's going to be a little bit of a wait till we hit 2K, but so we got the smaller guy right here, and we've got a cool little clip point blade, and then we got a spay blade right here. It's not a spay, but I do like the blades on this one. Like, this would have grabbed my attention quite strongly when I was younger. Yeah, spay-ish blade. And I can't ever figure out how these go back in the box. Why don't you go back where you came from? Punisher, what's going on, dude? Yeah, sorry I didn't catch that when you first came in. But we're looking at the 2K giveaway knives real quick. And guess what? We got 14C on something we can use. And then this one should have been the one I grabbed instead of the canoe for myself, but just got a single blade here. And this wasn't the one I meant to grab, but still. We got this guy right here. It's a bull knife, maybe? Oh, a cotton knife. Yeah. So those will be the giveaways. I thought I was getting something different with two blades on it, but that's okay. I'm sure somebody will be excited by it. Yeah, the canoe was a good little knife. That was a good little knife. We're at the hour mark. Let's get a piece of paper out. Yeah, the same old, same old. The apex isn't as fine as it used to be, but it still cuts. Yeah, so I've got that for the 2K and those two Rose Crafts. And I'm looking forward to carrying both of them, but whatever the hell the name of that one was, not the Pocket Monster, but the other one, I'm already in love with that thing. Like, it's very functional, but it's very different. That speaks to me on so many levels. And I need to go ahead and put the 2K knives up somewhere safe so that they don't get mixed in with something else. Oh, okay. Which Rosecraft? Give me a second, I'll reach for it. I think this is the one for the giveaway. Yeah, it is. So this thing right here, it's very, very different. So you got like a nice, beefy, tall blade, and you got a button lock. And the button lock is a very smooth close. Like, this thing is fantastic. Yeah, I mean, I know you'll be there for the giveaway. If I'd like it if you win something cool like that. You know, I love it when my regulars win stuff. Like Andrew Fett, I kind of wish he would have won something cooler than the G10 kit, but you know. Yeah, I mean, that thing is nice. Like, the button lock won't let you open it. It'll only close it with the button lock. But when you do slam it shut on that button lock, it still closes smoothly and locks into place. And, yeah. That Voss dude, I'm so pumped. I think that was worth waiting at the table for an hour and a half. But yeah, I mean, Bill, unless I carry that and I find some catastrophic flaw in it, that's not going to be a bad purchase. You know, that black one is for the giveaway and mine is orange. You can actually reach for that one. Like, I'm looking forward to carrying that one. That's going to be a nice week. Definitely got something cool out of it. It's just, and it shocked me they were giving them away for free, but they said since they're not production models, they can't sell them. So that's why I got it for free. I'm putting these rose crafts up out of the way, or the 2K knives out of the way real quick while I'm standing up. But oh yeah, Bill. All right, KO. We'll see you in a bit. But yeah, I got mine in orange. I just had to. Yeah, somebody grabbed the like they all got grabbed up, but like this one's mine. The orange just spoke to me. That nice muted orange, the shield on here, the black, like this is different, but I absolutely love everything about this. The China sticker could go away, but at least it's on a sticker that you can remove. You know, I'll give them credit there. Like, this is just, it's one of those things where it's a little bit odd, but it's one of the coolest different things I've seen in a while. And believe me, Andy is going to get some props for this design when I do this video. Yeah, it's black and orange is always Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson or Halloween. Everybody's, that's the first thing everybody goes to. Which, I mean, fair play. Harley Davidson spent so much money pushing that branding that, you know, there's a reason for that. But yeah, like everything about that speaks to me on so many levels. Look, candy corn is one of the things I miss. I miss candy corn. I love that stuff, especially the candy corn pumpkins. But that's something that you don't get to eat when you don't have any teeth. Which, if I hit the point where I can deal with bills and replacing my truck with something in better shape, my teeth have got to be addressed. But yeah, the lack of sugar is also painful. Like with Seroquel, the munchies I get every night. Lou, what's going on? Dude, I've been great today, man. Like, I don't know if you saw my Blade Show haul video, but I had a fantastic day. Oh my God. Yeah, well, that's the thing is like, I was planning on getting a hybrid denture where they just bolt the whole top plate in and you're done with it. But we couldn't afford, like we needed help to pay for getting everything pulled and set up and getting dentures that wound up getting destroyed. But the help that we had went away right after that, so we couldn't go into the second part where the hybrid denture was bolted in. So I'm hoping that's still an option. is I don't know how much the bone where the teeth were is degraded, but I've got to do something. Like, I have the confidence and I give few enough fucks to function with it, but there are days where I'm just self-conscious about it and it's the only thing I think about. Yeah, my teeth, everything that got pulled off of the top was broken in some way. There was an abscess I didn't know I had. There was some that got pulled on the bottom. Like, I've got 9 teeth left. Yeah, maybe. Like, I'm not holding my breath. You know, I've kind of gotten past the future tripping and moved back to more realistic expectations. You know, I'd love when the direct deposit finally hits from that I wake up with like 30 grand in my account. I don't see that happening, but it'd be nice. Yeah, take real good care of your teeth, dude. Like, I had a combination of bad oral hygiene, unfortunate genetics, and oh, what are you in the hospital for? One top and 3 bottom pieces. Yeah, like, if I hadn't been able to keep the 9 that I have left on the bottom, like, my life would be so miserable right now. But as long as it's not super crunchy or like biting down on a rock, I'm okay. Like, I can get by. Oh, are you serious, dude? Because, like, I'm not gonna make fun of you for it. That's no laughing matter. I have been there. Believe me, I have been there. You know, the only reason I'm still here is there were pictures of my kids on the wall in that room. I'm surprised they're letting you use a phone. The last one I had pulled, the last tooth I had pulled abscessed out really bad, and instead of like going through the pain in the ass and dealing with all the dental stuff, I was just like, hey, pull this tooth. And then they had to bring in a specialist because the roots were all curled up, and they had to have a specialist do it. That's just like my wisdom teeth had to be surgically removed. They couldn't pull them normally because the roots were all weird. That was also part of what did my teeth in. All 4 wisdom teeth came in sideways and just pushed everything together until it cracked. Yeah, this is a real safe place to talk about stuff that you need to talk about. However, if you ask me to make the live stream private when it uploads, I will make it private for you. Gotcha. Yeah, well, I'm glad you're still here. Like, believe me, I understand. Like, you know, without going too dark. You know, it was just the picture of my kids on the wall that saved my ass on probably about 25 or 30 days in a row. Oh God, so, you know, a lot of y'all know I have been clean for a long time. I got clean a long time ago. But some of the exclusions for, you know, mind-altering substances is like if they're prescribed by a doctor or given to you by a doctor at a hospital or something like that, you're okay. Like, that's what's supposed to happen. You don't get clean to be miserable. You're not gonna. I'm not about to ride out having a tooth pulled, and then ride out the the pain while it's happening, and then try to, you know, ride it out with like Tylenol afterwards. I didn't get clean to be miserable. So, oof, yeah, those both suck. But I went in for the oral surgery to have the teeth pulled, all the teeth pulled. So I go in there, I'm in the chair waiting on them to start the surgery, and the dentist comes in, or the oral surgeon comes in, and he gives me something for anxiety. I forget what it was, but I think it was like a Xanax or Prozac or something like that, which had a calming effect. But yeah, like if you abuse it, takes away clean time. If you're not abusing it and you do it right, you're fine. But that was fine. But then the dentist came in and gave me NOS. And I'm sitting there and it kicks in and I'm like, this feels amazing. Oh my God, it feels like the last time I got high. Oh my God, take it back. I don't want it anymore. It's like I started feeling it. I'm like, oh God, take it back. I don't want any more. Take it back. So yeah, and you know, some people, you know, and there are people that are like die hard enough that, you know, I've known people that have gone through like invasive surgery and I understand a lot of that, not all of it, but I understand a lot. Um but there are some people I know that have gone through like invasive surgeries without anesthesia, and then they wrote out the aftermath of it. Like some of them were put under. I've seen people go through dental stuff with no anesthesia. I've seen people go and like they recover from invasive surgery with just Advil, nothing else. It's like, you know, I understand it's a personal choice for everybody, but wow. I have passed a 5 mm kidney stone, and I'm still impressed by that. But no, like if you got to get it off your chest, get it off your chest, man. Like, believe me, I was bullied so badly in high school, I was a local celebrity for about 5 years after I left. You know, I had an insanely violent childhood, just due to an abusive home life. So, like, you're in a place where people understand. I don't think anyone that's here, especially us regulars, are ever going to give you any crap about stuff like that. And I have 2 people here with a band hammer in case someone does start being an asshole. And I've got a phone open with a 3rd band hammer. And I know some people don't feel like they have someone to talk to face, but they are okay talking here. Like, a friend of mine who has a lot of the qualities that I aspire to have in myself, streams on Twitch, and he's also had the same thing happen over there where people that can't talk to the people in their life have somewhere to talk with his live streams. But yeah, I lost track of what I was saying before. I know we were going through the dental stuff. But yeah, that why, thank you, sir. The skull and crossbones and the question mark and crossbones. No, I thought it might be fun to bring the ST-155 and give it to the first person that recognizes me as Knives, I guess. But, you know, this channel's got 1,000 subscribers, and The only people in Georgia that I know are subscribed are people that I know in real life. So that seemed kind of pointless, but maybe next year if the channel gets big enough, I'm going to take that thing to Blade Show and give it to the first person that finds me. Here, it's your problem now. Oh, no, so before the teeth went completely sideways, they were already messed up from, again, bad home life as a kid. No, that's question mark and crossbones, sir. But I went through so many root canals trying to repair the damage from my home life before I left that house that I was falling asleep during the root canals. Like, you ever fall asleep during a root canal? Brother, I appreciate you being here. If you get your phone back and you catch another live stream, just know it's safe. Yeah, we're going to have Lou watch 2024. Oh, believe me, there was a time in my life where I wished I never had to sleep, and I promise you I take every word of that back now. Because trust me, like, one of the most fun things I used to do is I'd say, you know what, I have no idea what the future's going to bring, and almost always fuckery happened right after that. And we're talking about like a 3 or 4 day long adventure every damn time. It was great, but now, no. The nice thing about the future is I know what it'll bring. I'm going to sit in my house quietly and enjoy peace. You know, now I would just appreciate being able to handle the swinging work schedule back and forth between opening and closing without feeling like crap. Oh yeah, like, if I don't ingest a fairly large amount of Seroquel every night, I'm not going to sleep more than about 2 hours. Combination of things. When I got clean, though, I slept about 20 to 30 minutes a night for 62 straight days, maybe 63. You want to talk about being bad. That sucked. Well, I can promise you this. If you get you about 300 or 400 milligrams of Seroquel every night, number one, you will sleep. You will be out cold. And B, because I can't say number two with a straight face, it'll probably help improve your perspective on life during the day. Like, it's some good stuff when it's used properly. The only downside to it is if you've ever gotten real good and stoned, if you've ever been really, really good and stoned, the kind of munchies you get from that is the thing you get off Seroquel minus the baked part. Like, your mind isn't altered, your mood isn't altered, but you are going to eat everything in your house. Yeah, I remember we used to be broke enough and desperate enough to get Dayquil and NyQuil at the same time to see if it had any effect on us. Bill, you still in here? Or no, it was Josh. Josh, are you still in here? Josh. You still in here, brother? Yeah, Benadryl doesn't really affect me, but Benadryl is just Tylenol PM. That's all it is. You didn't get to pick a figure out. Why don't you pick one out now? Your time has come. We got to lower the property value here. So you got your pick of the Ninja, Grim Reaper, Robot, Knight, Mummy, or Alien. Yeah, I was looking for Josh. I got confused, Bill. But I'm glad you're still here. Josh wanted to pick a figure out and didn't get to last time. Grim Reaper, okay. We'll do Grim Reaper. We already got people leaving. Yeah, I think there's going to be a degree of infamy to these live streams at some point. Grim Reaper it is. There we are. Yeah, I think there's going to be a degree of infamy to these live streams at some point. Like, we've created a nice little bubble here, but you participated, Josh. No, just a guess. Those are going to be live stream exclusive. There's a reasonable chance they'll end up being for like super chats or something like that later on down the road. But for right now, we're just picking them out. Yeah, we didn't. Did we get to all the figures last night? And the cut on this is starting to get really rough. You cannot tell me this factory edge wore down this much after an hour and a half. Dang, Ross! Yeah, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I've already been thrown on WikiFeed a few times. Yeah, so this is a Civivi Cogent. It's supposed to be 14C28N. That being said, this cut's getting real nasty. Like, this is no bueno. So I'm wondering if it's just edge geometry. KO Knives, what's up? Welcome back. Yeah, I mean, everybody likes to see the toes of a hard-working man. I love hard work. I can watch it all day. Yeah, see, Evasive Floppy Disk has been putting this stuff online for weeks now. I'm sure he's photoshopped my feet into a bowl of spaghetti or something by now. Probably title it something artistic like Spaghettos and Meatballs. Oh, spaghetti toes. Yeah, that's Salad Fingers' less successful cousin. I tell you what, though, I wish I could go back and watch. No, it's not Nitro V. It's supposed to be 14C28N. Unless they changed what they were doing with the blade steel at some point during production. 14C28N, and of course, it's not marked on the blade either. So that's what we're going with. Boy, is Army crawling all over the living room. Why is the Army there? Oh, your boy is Army crawling. Okay, I got you. His kid's doing the Army crawl through his living room. That took me a second to break down, Bill. Yeah, and if you didn't catch it, Ross, I'm still fucking wired out of my brain from Blade Show. Damn, that was a good day. Yeah, no, it took me a second too. So I thought he was like, boy, is Army crawling all over my living room. I was like, what the hell's the Army doing there? Yeah, no, it's, hang on. I've got something here. So I've got a whole video on my pickups on Friday and my pickups today. Today was like 14 knives that I picked up, and then Friday was another 4. But I did get 2 prototypes this year. I don't have any stuff intentionally stab proof, but I got like sheets of stainless steel and stuff all over the place. So let's see. Can I zoom this in? Yeah, 14C28N. Good looking out. That is so tiny and out of the way. I don't know why it's like that. I don't know why it's like that, but yeesh. And like, people complain about the billboarding and stuff, but like, they could have made that a little easier to see. Yeah, I think this edge is already starting to show some issues. But yeah, I picked up a Vosteed raccoon prototype with some resin scales. It's absolutely gorgeous. And I got a prototype of a Devo knife. And like, that's one of the things I was on a mission, is to find some prototypes. But the Vosteed prototype was free. I just had to stand there next to their table for an hour and a half. Yeah, so it's making that cut fine, but it's not doing the vertical cut worth of crap. Yeah, I didn't know it was so far down on the tab. Like, it was like every time I look at it, it's in a shadow. Like, I had to really, really get it under some light to see it. Like, that was wild. Ah, come on. But yeah, those prototypes are destined to be safe queens. I'm not wailing on deep. Like, the only way I'd take the... No, so, at the Vosteed table, they had a sign out, and it said prototypes, prototypes available at 1 o'clock, first come, first serve, or something like that. Like, there's a community post that has a sign in it. But I looked at it, and I was like, that... with the resin scales is going instantly. There's no way. So I went back to the table at 11:30 and I told them, like, I'm first in line. I'm here waiting now. And they gave me a chair. And I had a very, very interesting conversation with one of their designers, who is trying to figure the resin out right now, turning it into production. And so we may be getting some Vosteeds with resin that change color when it gets warm. I hope that happens. But I will say, if Lefty EDC himself somehow shows up and tells me he wants me to flog one of his prototypes on a live stream, I'll have to do it. That's the only way that's happening, though. Yeah. No, it's really cool. You know, because I sat there and waited, and my buddy that rode with me, I was like, I'm here waiting now, and he showed up and he was number 4 in line, so he got to pick one out too. And they didn't come with an edge. They didn't put an edge on them, so I took it to Wicked Edge, and they put an edge on it. It was kind of sharp, but like they're just going through there and doing micro bevels. Like they're there to sharpen knives that already have edges to demonstrate their tools. But I wanted to have a bevel started so that I had something to work off of with the work sharp. So it's got my patented 18-degree angle on it, and damn, she is sharp. She's sharp. I'm really hoping they do that. Like, I walked them through how to make the thermochromic resin. You know, I gave him one of my beads that changes color when it starts getting up towards body temperature, and showed him how it works and what the result is. Like, it went from a blue and purple bead to orange, yellow, and green when it got warm. You know, I don't have my bag of beads down here. I pull out one of the last ones I got. But, you know, so I'm hoping that had an impact. I really am. Because I would very much, like, I've had that idea kicking around in my head for years. For years. Yeah, and it sucks that, like, companies that make knives don't have, like, separate, like, they're separate others, like, how to put it? Like, you buy one in MagnaCut, you can't just go on their website and buy the scales from one of the D2s, you know? Like, you gotta buy aftermarket scales. But yeah, and if you weren't here earlier, I also talked to Ben over at NAFS about doing, like, you got Ultim scales and you got clear Lexan. What if you tinted the clear Lexan so it was a translucent color? Translucent green, blue, purple, what have you. And he liked that idea, so he gave me his card and told me to send him an email. So I did. Yeah, no, the vertical cuts are getting bad. The horizontal cuts along this way when I'm cutting the tabs off are good. Lefty needs to say specifically he wants me to thrash one of those prototypes on Cardboard Slayer. You know, and the thing is his production knives are 154 cm. The prototypes are D2. So that's part of why he sells them for a bit of a discount. And I think that's part of why he's not so attached to them. So even then, it's not like a fair, it's not a fair representation of the brand as a whole. You know, it's just like that Vosteed prototype is a 5CR instead of 14C. But yeah, part of this cutting issue may also be that just the cardboard is really inconsistent. You know, it's not in my bag. I will say I wasn't the most cautious when opening my bag and digging stuff out a couple of times. So it probably ended up on the floor at Blade Show, and hopefully whoever picked it up is someone that didn't have a lot of money to spend there. That's the best case scenario. You know, hopefully somebody picked it up that went in there and just didn't have any money to buy anything. This is like, it's a $35 loss. It sucks, but it's not world stopping. You know, if I would have lost the Devo or the Vosteed, oh my God, I would have been tore up. You know, it sucks because like that went on the credit card and I went over budget on that. I was like, here, get to this live stream real quick. I have instructions. Kevin, come talk sense into this guy. If it was 154 CM, I bet he'd go for it. Yeah, like, I'm not that bent out of shape about losing it. It's 100% my fault. You know, I hope whoever found it, that made their day a lot better. You know, like, the Kaiser Mini Roach. Very cool little knife. I liked it. I loved the acoustics when it opened, which I'm not into knife acoustics that much, but it sounded really cool when you opened it. Nice metallic noise. But yeah, it's just lost to the ether. It's like I was getting everything out of the bag to show the wife when I got home, and it wasn't there. You know, worst case scenario, it was black. So I rode with Bushcraft Outdoors in his truck, and he said he went out and looked and didn't find it. However, he's got a black interior, and there's a lot of places something can get lost. The only place that would have been is in the floor well of the truck, though. That's the only place I had the bag open in there. I hit a soft spot in the cardboard. But yeah, I mean, it ain't the end of the world. It ain't. All right, brother. I appreciate you being here, man. Hopefully we'll see you again soon. Drawings and stuff. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Someone needs to go check on the kid that keeps asking to be a moderator. I hope he's all right. Yeah, it's no big at all. Patrick McCarthy, what's up? I can't make the noise. Not too much, man. We're just kind of chewing the fat over Blade Show, and we got 14C28 in finally. And the factory edge on this is not really doing so great. Coating's staying on, but The factory edge started off strong, but it's starting to get kind of weak. How long? We're about to hit the 2-hour mark on this. And after about an hour and a half, it really started acting a little funky. Which I think this is more indicative of the angle they sharpen the edge at, more than anything about the quality of the steel. But yeah, at one point I was carrying 15 knives at once today, sir. We're getting better cardboard here, and it's cutting a little easier, so it's also kind of hard to tell if the cardboard is just kind of soft and beaten down from being used to... Well, that's the thing, is it's kind of hard to tell. We have a lot happening here. I'm using boxes from Frito-Lay, and these boxes have been used to ship stuff back and forth multiple times, and these boxes, they're not full of something that helps support the structure of the box. Okay, so it's real easy for the boxes to start getting crushed. So it's really hard to tell if the cardboard is just giving it fits, or if the blade itself, the edge is just not where it wants to be. Like, it's really hard to tell. Like, there's a lot more resistance on a lot of these cuts than we had. But yeah, you get this and the knife just kind of hangs up and stops. So I'm kind of thinking, again, like an obtuse factory edge angle, and it is a micro bevel instead of like a full-on... Oh yeah, I'm carrying Bill's Neptune too. It's the damnedest thing. Is everybody carrying Bill's Neptune right now? Guys, I love it when we come together. But yeah, I'm thinking just the factory edge angle may be a bit obtuse. It is a micro bevel, which those things don't seem to like being pushed through this so much. Josh, that was a 10 out of 10, sir. That was out of left field and absolutely perfect. Yeah, it's kind of a clip point, kind of not. Like, this is flat instead of curved in, but yeah, I see where you're going with that. So here's the thing. It does fine on these sideways cuts. It's just not having anything to do with the vertical cuts. And I guarantee you, we can probably still get a good cut on the paper. If I can hold it right. Damn it. So it's still a cleanish cut, it's a little ragged. But, you know, it's still a fine enough edge to do that. Jason, you out of here, man. Have a good night. Appreciate you being here. But yeah, hopefully next year I have a bigger budget and I can go all 3 days and really work my way through the booths. Yeah, well, I mean, he is like on his way home from Blade Show and winding down from that. He's not coming over here to do this. You know, I will say, when we got there at 9 o'clock this morning, Devo was already packed up and that table was cleared. There were still people there. But yeah, they were waiting to leave. But yeah, next year I hope to get myself set up with a bigger budget and have time and transportation for all 3 days. That's the goal. I haven't seen anything about a new Spyderco, but any Spyderco I would have wanted is out of my price range, so I didn't even bother going to their booth. Oh, dude, that's some good wins. That is definitely some good wins. Yeah, like, I don't think I've seen him go live when I could sit there and watch it yet. I take that back. I did once, but all I was there to say was, hey, that Growler V2 is fucking awesome, dude. Oh. Oh, nice. I thought you wanted some Devos. Like, that would have been really nice. The Kaiser and the Tatcom are good, but I will say, unless you played around with a Devo, like, the Devos are fantastic. Like, they are fucking phenomenal. I'm willing to bet that it's the cardboard doing this and not the edge. So we're going to try some different cardboard for a few minutes and see if that does anything. I've had some good factory edges, and that being said, now that I'm putting my own edges on things, I'm definitely becoming, you know, harder to please with them. But, like, oh shit, what was the last super fine and factory edge I looked at? Oh, what was the last video I did? Crap. Yeah, this edge is definitely, like, worn. Like, really worn. Yeah, so I think this is definitely a case for the factory edge. Like, and a lot of these factory edges too, like, they're micro bevels. They're not full full grind edges. So yeah, like, I can feel the wear. But I don't think these micro bevels like this all that much. But we've had some factory edges that have fucking munched a shit ton of cardboard and been just fine. Um, that's like the fucking Kaiser. That Kaiser went in. We've also got a hollow grind on this thing. It's very shallow, but there's a hollow grind, so back into the farther part of the blade may also be part of the issue we're having. I don't know. Like, I wish I knew more and could pinpoint these things on the fly. Me with Knives, what's going on, man? We got 14C28N on the Civivi Cogent. The edge is showing some issues, but yeah, we've been just chewing the fat about Blade Show and kind of going off on all kinds of tangents. Same old, and also same old. But like, I'm still all amped up from Blade Show, so I was like, you know what, live stream. And yeah, this edge ain't happy. Like, the edge and the hollow grind. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna say we're starting to see edge issues because, like, I can do that, or I can get this cheap ass Camillus Choff and just blaze right through it. Pokey Sly, it's going good. It's going good. Like, I did Blade Show today. That was a fucking hell of an experience, and I'm still wired from that. Oh, did you catch it where Bees was talking about somebody that spent $10,000 on Friday alone? So I acquired just over Friday and today about 18 knives. I've got 2 more on the way that I traded for while I was on the way to Blade Show on Friday. There's a Cold Steel 4MAX Scout, and there's a Lightning OTF that are being sent to me because the guy didn't have them on him whenever I traded. But no, there's like 4 knives for the 2K giveaway. I picked up a Vosteed prototype, a Vosteed Raccoon prototype, Devo Fireball prototype, all that. Like, y'all know about Friday's prototype. But yeah, I got a free Vosteed proto for just standing at their table for an hour and a half. Then there's some Rosecrafts I picked up. I got some new Camilluses or Camilli, if you want to, you know, go for the pejorative. There's also a Kaiser, a couple of battle box knives. Like, there's a lot of stuff floating around. There's also a new O knife to check out. like a lot. So I've got content for bare minimum the next 14 weeks. That's the bare minimum. So yeah, I'm gonna say at 2 hours the edge is significantly worn. We can still get the cut test on paper. That's not terribly reliable anymore. Like you can still do that. But yeah, 10K. Right now 10K would get us out of a lot of deep shit. So let's take a look at the cardstock. Yeah, the cardstock's all right, but it's struggling to cut cardboard. Then again, yeah, there's very noticeable edge wear. Like, it's not happy with the cardboard. I guess that's a lot of purchases, especially direct from supplier, at not retail price, like wholesale pricing. Once you break that down to wholesale pricing, that is a totally different beast. So yeah, we're gonna set this factory edge at 2 hours. So really, we're just testing the factory edge and not the steel right now. Is what's happening, which is a bummer. So the last two 14C28 end knives have been kind of disappointing, but we can put a new edge on it. Do I put a new edge on this? Let's drop it and see how long it lasts after that. That's what we'll do. Let's drop it for right now. What? $1.6 million. It's so does Chris Reeves owe them, or Chris Reeve owe them $1.6 million in knives, or what the hell's that all about? So Chris Reeve owes them that much in unfilled backstock, or unfilled back orders. I'm not sure I would have let it get that far out of control. If that was me, I would have been like, all right, we're a couple $100,000 in and we still don't have stock. Yeah, you're gonna wait. You're gonna wait for any more of my money until I got my product. But I mean, that 1.6 mil, that's what, 3 custom Sabinzas? Yeah, like, I'm starting to understand, like, you know, the Sabinza is like a big deal, and people, you know, for the longest time, every time I saw a knife video, the Sabinza's name came up at least once. People wouldn't shut the hell up about it. But still, like, that kind of a backlog is nuts. Like, I'd certainly love to be Chris Reeve right now. I'll tell you that. I'm not sure I want to be on the hook for 1.6 million in back orders. I'm sure he's got a system worked out for it or something. Yeah, having not held or used the Sabinza, I haven't really Luke, what's up? We're stropping, we're not sharpening, but yeah, we hit the point where it wasn't cutting the cardboard very well at all. Still cut paper, but cardboard, it wasn't liking it. So I've still got to find a way to pin down these metrics and get better information out of them. I've got the feeling that, right now I don't care about Sabinzas because I don't have one, but as soon as I have one and play around with it for a minute, I'm probably going to turn into a huge fanboy. Huh. Yeah, we spent some time at the Hogue table, and they had some knives that were absolutely fucking gorgeous, but they were like $350. It's like, nope. No, in 6 years, Chris Reeve has dropped an entirely new model, and now no one gives a shit about the Sabinza. That's more likely. Sorry, I'm not at a point where I'm willing to get on a waiting list like that. I'm not. Wilderness Bushcraft, what's up, dude? So after about 2 hours, it started struggling with the cardboard and making nasty cuts. Still cut paper, cardstock showed wear, but Palmer's in here. Palmer's in here somewhere. But yeah, and I'm assuming that the Kaiser didn't show up in your truck unless it's under the seat or in a dark corner in that black pouch. Punisher, what's up? Yeah, Wilderness Bushcraft. That Kaiser's either in his truck in some weird corner somewhere, or it was on the floor at Blade Show. But I expect it to be on the floor at Blade Show. Um, the only time I had my bag open in there was sitting in my lap, so it would have been on the floorboard. Yeah, that's the last time I saw it too. The only thing I could think is it fell out when I was getting stuff out of my bag at the Vosteed booth. That's the only thing I could think happened. But what were you asking before your battery ran out, Patrick? Okay, so let's see what we got here off of the strops. Oh, the Spyderco with the small hole. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Tyler, what's going on, man? Welcome back. Now, so if you're trying to stick to being a traditionalist, you'd give Jason the stereotypical machete. You can't really change that image any and have it work. Like, nobody's gonna like it. That's the thing, is like, what was I gonna say? You can't really change Jason's image like that and have it go well. Like, it's just the standard $5 Walmart machete with some rust on it. That's what you give him. I need more copy paper. Ew, I'm almost out completely. Yeah. Well, I'm out of copy paper. On to something else. Yeah. Yeah. To be fair, I've seen Jason kill someone with a sleeping bag, so yeah. Come on. What type of metal pattern? You'll have to give me some clarity on that one. That's a bit ambiguous. Yeah, metal pattern's a bit of a confusing question. Oh, Damascus patterns? That would be a valid question. Honestly, I tend to just go for a good random pattern Damascus or a good twist Damascus. You know, a lot of the tiled Damascus and mosaic Damascus and stuff like that looks great, especially when it's made. You know, when it's made and you see it in a slab. But there are times where it shows up on a blade and it just becomes less impressive. Well, I think the stainless is just bought in huge batches and it's already heat treated. And it's not going to rust while it's in storage. Like, there's a lot of advantages that you're going to get out of stainless that you're not getting from carbon. I wouldn't want to be storing a bunch of big sheets of carbon that I'm going to use to just stamp knives out and grind them real quick. You know, because that's a lot of extra work. Yeah, and I mean, it's just, stainless doesn't rust while you're storing it. Flat out. I don't want to be responsible for keeping 1095 from rusting in giant sheets in a big pile. Yeah, see, we're back to cutting again after a strop. Yeah, there are some canister Damascuses that look really good. One thing that I do like that doesn't get talked about as often as I'd like to is cable Damascus. I have made some cable Damascus. I really like that stuff. It's very, very cool. I don't think this is a burnt edge. I think it's just the edge angle's a bit obtuse, kind of like the last one that we did with the micro bevel like this. And I don't know the number of cuts, but we did 8 hours on the Kaiser Sheepdog XL with no sharpening. And now that we got that out of the way, I put my nice happy 18-degree edge on it, and I'm not going to carry it for a long time, but it's got the edge that I like. So yeah, we did 8 hours on that one. Which, that's again, if I do another 8-hour stream, that means somebody either gave me MagnaCut for free, I'm making money on it, or I'm making money for charity. All right, Patrick, have a good one, man. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your time, man. They didn't find it. I don't want to test MagnaCut bad enough to have to mail it back, if that's what you're asking. Like I said, sending me stuff is sending it to the void. You probably won't see it back, and I am upfront about that because I don't want to set false expectations. My end of the world sharpening tool for knives. Now that I'm learning how to hand sharpen, it's probably going to be something like a river rock. Like, you could feasibly, for as long as you're around, have like a good diamond stone or something like that. Um, so yeah, a good 400,000 grit diamond plate would be just fine. But if we're talking about true end of the world, you can't carry that much extra weight, then yeah, like a good river rock or something like that with a nice smooth surface is probably going to be my go-to. Yeah, diamond plates for sure. Those are easy to carry. Well, you can get the diamond plate for like 20 bucks. It's got a 400 and 1,000 on it that Outdoors 55 highly recommends. That'll take care of you. But um, yeah, I mean, honestly, that's the thing, is a rock that's smooth enough, it'll sharpen everything up just fine. That's how they used to do it. I hate when it does that. But yeah, I mean, there's plenty of stuff that'll get you by in sharpening. I mean, if you had to, you could sharpen on a brick. You take a couple of Oh yeah, no. Like, yeah, rocks will take you all day. That's not necessarily the whole point. It's just like, if I'm in a position where I can carry a diamond stone or something like that, I might as well carry a fixed angle system. But if we're talking like you got to travel light, grab your shit and get, then yeah, I'm probably gonna find a couple of good rocks that are very nice, smooth, good sedimentary rocks, and then fucking pull through, you fucking sick bastard. Um, get a couple of nice sedimentary rocks with a fine grain to them, rub them together until I got flat spots, and sharpen on that. There's gonna be something around there to strop on, or you can just strop on the rocks. You know what? So I did. What tool company makes a better work knife? I mean, Milwaukee, they sell the Fastback, and that thing has got tons and tons and tons of reviews and tons of hype. I know the edge retention isn't the best on them, but that's like the most obvious go-to. Now, tool companies making good, yep, see, there we are, Fastback. So I do have a couple of gimmick sharpeners I picked up back in the day before I started working with the Kin Onion belt grinder. I'm gonna grab that in just a second here, and I'm gonna try to figure out if we got something that we can improve the edge on with it. Now, Crescent Tools sells a really fucking good knife on Amazon, and it's like 13 bucks. I still need to get the Estwing folder, if that goes back up on Amazon. Contra 009, what's up, man? Thank you so much. Yeah, dude, it was a great show. That was such a good day. But yeah, I've got like the gimmick sharpener to end all gimmick sharpeners. So we got the data we needed out of this. Like we know 2 hours, factory edge needed help. I don't think it's the 14C28 In's fault, but I'm pretty sure it is just the micro bevels. Micro bevels don't seem to like this for extended periods. But my preferred type of multi-tool, I had a Schrade. I can't remember the name of it, but that thing was awesome, and I lost it when I was blackout drunk at a wedding, and never seen it again. But yeah, a good multi-tool, pliers and blades that lock, and a comfortable handle all day. So let me go get this piece of crap and see if we can do anything with it. Shoes. I'm not walking into the garage without shoes. There is sharp, pokey bits of metal all over that floor. I don't want tetanus tonight.
Garage door.
Guys. Oh, yeah, so I have one of the Crescent folders. That was one of the most dominant things in Super Budget Showdown. Love that knife. But look what I got. I got the Bavarian Edge, guys. Okay, so what do we have to work with here? Something that's already dull. I don't have many options there. Is this blade crapped out? If I had the materials and someone to show me how, I would absolutely give flint knapping a try. I love stuff like that. Okay, so how bad is this edge? I'm gonna have to wear this edge out. So this is one of those infomercial knife sharpeners that I got when I was buying stuff and I didn't know what I was buying, basically. So I'm trying to wear this edge out a bit. Because unfortunately, the last time we wore it out, I still don't want to thrash it. I still don't want to thrash it. No, I needed him to say he absolutely wants me to do it. That's what I needed out of him. I appreciate you trying, though. I do. You know what? We can do this easier. Even though this is on a piece of crap knife that I hate, what boot company do I like? That's an interesting question. I haven't thought about boots in a long time, but what are they? I think Condors that I got off Amazon are some of the best that I've had, but they are cheap. So flint knapping. You take a big piece of flint or obsidian and you hit it with rocks to shape it into various blades and stuff like that. Like, it's very cool to watch. There is a lot of skill involved and some safety equipment, but it's so satisfying to watch it done. So what the fuck I'm doing is I am dulling the edge of this piece of shit so we can try out the Bavarian edge and see if we can do anything useful with it. That's what I'm doing. Sorry about the noise. Yep. Yeah, he's like, we know the factory edge on the Civivi lasted about 2 hours before it needed help. Okay, we can agree that that's dull now, right? We can all agree. Look, you don't have to look away. This is a piece of shit Swiss Army knife knockoff that I found on the ground at a golf course. There's not really a ridiculous place to conceal carry a knife necessarily, as long as you can do it safely. Like maybe between your ass cheeks. That's about it. If you can reach it and it's safe, it's not ridiculous. Yeah, tank carry. The instructions are right there. I'm doing coarse sharpening right now. You know, the sad thing? The sad thing is it feels like it's actually accomplishing something. Yeah, I believe. Yeah, good enough. Just sharpen it enough to do anything with this. So we've gotten back to where we can kind of do a cut on copy paper. Let's give it another. Will it do this? We got something. No, he can talk all the pull-through talk he wants. Like, we know he's uncultured swine now. Like, we understand this. There's not a sheath material I don't like that much. I will say leather's a little bit more maintenance needy than, say, Kydex. Okay, so we've got whatever we're going to get off of the Bavarian edge. Oh, like, so moving the blade a little bit before I start the cut gets it seated. If I just try to push straight in, the paper will fold over and not cut. That's why. You know what? We're going to make KO happy. Oh, this edge feels so damn coarse and ragged, you guys. Like, this edge feels so jacked up. Like, I can't describe to you what it feels like running my thumb over this. It is jacked up, jacked up. Oh no, cardboard can work. Cardboard can definitely work. Okay, so the Bavarian Edge did something. I bet he knows how to spell chauffeur. Would you look at that, guys? So Fiskars probably makes the best hand axes I've gotten my hands on, but I don't have a chance to play with those much, so I don't know much about them. Y'all see this, right? Yeah, Estwing is good too. So the Bavarian Edge did something. Oh my god, that is stupid. Like, it's still not great, but I can strop this back to shaving again on the diamond paste. Yeah, no, Fiskars is damn good. I don't think it chewed off a ton of metal. This has got abrasive stones instead of those carbide sharp edges on it. So, yeah, no. This has got stones in it. It's not that metal carbide shit that it's got those 90-degree or whatever edges on it that, you know, peels metal off. So it's just like sharpening it on some coarse stones, but you don't have control over the angle. Yeah, it's not great, but it did something. Just curious about that. Yeah, so Fiskars, I've got one thing by them that I haven't had a chance to play with yet. Where are we? Are we over here? It's not where I thought it was, guys. Wow, really? Well, I've got a Fiskars machete that's shaped all weird that I've been wanting to play with, and I totally forgot to bring it outside last time I did yard work. And it's somewhere. But where, I do not know. Alright. Yeah, where the hell is that thing now? I'm not wasting your time looking for that thing. Fuck it. But yeah, we're gonna reprofile the Civivi. Why not? God, I wish I could find it. It's kind of like a hybrid between an axe and a machete. It's really hard to describe. I really wish I knew where it was now. Oh! Shit, it's right here. Yeah, KO, you want to pick one out? No, so this is just a straight up machete. There's one though where it kicks back and then it's got a spot here. It's like significantly wider and flattens out into kind of a brush axe. But I forgot to grab this thing when I did yard work last time. I went and got one of my cheap machetes and sharpened it up. Mummy. Okay. Guys, we're doing the mummy and we are lowering the property value. All right, so I see 11 on my screen right now. Up 12. Okay, we got 12. Let's see how far we go down. I love that so much. Oh, 14. One more. But no, if I was gonna pick a machete for a bad guy though, it's gonna be this right here. And this is also like if I had to arm myself for something with a machete, this is one of the two that I'd pick. I got my cavalry saber too, but I've got a copus right here, which this would be a badass movie weapon right here. Like this would be badass. Yeah, we're all classy here. Like the stream or don't. I'm not a beggar. But yeah, this is one of the ones that I had tied to my or strapped to my waist whenever I cut myself here. So I never got to use it. And it went right back in the van before I went and asked for help. So that blade is unbesmirched. So we're gonna put the 18-degree edge on this and go back in on it, and just run till I can't anymore. And I gotta get the box to set this on it. And by the way, if you're doing edges, dry erase marker's better than Sharpie. Yep. No, like you come in at a time like this and nothing's happening. It's like, what is this? All right, bye. And where is my Hogue mat? There it is. Okay. Okay. We did the stropping. We are going to just put a whole new edge on there. Like we do when we're no longer happy with it. I wish I had a better way to set this up so it was easier to do under the camera. That would be nice. It's like we stropped it back to sharp again, but it's also not going to last that long before it wears out again because nothing changed about the edge angle. So, but yeah, if you're doing this and you're doing the marker trick on your bevel, do a dry erase and not a Sharpie. Yeah, I didn't grab that second Hogue mat from you, but that's okay. I don't really need it that much. The one that I have on my other table where I sit there and do my sharpening is a much larger one that catches everything that falls. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. Because, like, I think I had a manila folder sitting there. No, it's not an SOG mat. It's a mat for dog dishes. No, the SOG mat, that's a build mat. That's like a big mouse pad. It's not, you know, it's not silicone like this, so there's no point in filling it with metal shavings. So you were right the first time. Yeah, no, like Sharpie is a little bit harder to get off of your blade once you're done. And if you got a coating or something on there that picks up your Sharpie, it ain't going nowhere. This is 220 grit right now. Uh, 18 DPS. I have no idea what you mean there. Oh, 18 degrees per side. Yeah. You know what? Just for shits and giggles. You want to go down to 15? We're going down to 15. That's about as low as this one will go without grinding away part of my clamp. I need... Yeah, I'm pretty sure this edge is going to outlast me as far as what I can physically take doing for the rest of the night, but yeah, we're gonna do something dangerous. And I tell you what, I would love to get a more stable surface to be doing this on, but I also kind of don't want to change the vibe of this little bench down here. I'm not sure how to do that. And watch this, I'm going to become obsessed with a 15-degree angle now. I'm not feeling what I want to feel yet. Dude, that's not bad. That is not bad, especially for how small the stream was. You know, at least the stream that I showed up for, that was a good hangout and talk stream. Now I'm feeling it. Oh, there she blows. And of course, once we get done with the 220 grit, it's going to go a lot faster. Oh God, I'd have to look at the screenshot, but that 8-hour live stream, I think, hit like 124 hours of view time or something like that. Like, I know I'm getting real close to hitting that $3,000 mark. Let's see, where are we at? Yeah, we're not quite there with this side. Yeah, I mean, I know I mentioned it last night, but that's one of the things I was talking to with Bees Blades about. Apparently, I just have to have that 3,000 hours, not 10 million views on your shorts. Like, I know I removed a ton of material here, but I can't feel a burr forming. But I know that I have hit the apex all the way. So we're just going to move on to the next grit. It's 3,000, not 4,000. Because believe me, I have been watching that. Yeah, no, it's just, it threw me because the shorts requirement wasn't there whenever I hit 1,000 subs and I was doing the whole thing. It was just the 3,000 watch hours, and then all of a sudden it popped up kind of after the fact. It's like, wait a minute, hold up, guys. Y'all just said 3,000 hours of watch time. At first, it only said you need 1,000 subs to hit the earn button, and then when I did, it's like, nope, you also need 3,000 watch hours. And then, so I started getting that, and all of a sudden, 10 million views on your shorts popped up. It's like, well, that's out the window. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to make content, just figure out what you're going to do and then figure out how to make it look as nice as possible. Like, this is as nice as I can do it with this is as nice as I can do it with the equipment I have. Well, that's the thing, is like, even when I monetize the channel, I don't expect to be picking up a ton of money off it. You know, it's not like the guys here are the guys that are throwing super chats around left and right. That's not really going to make it big of a difference. But it'd be nice to have the option open, especially if the channel starts growing, or we can start pulling a big enough audience on the live streams to make a difference. You know, because having something like that paying for the channel functioning would be a really good thing, especially to, you know, be able to keep bringing new stuff in, like keep bringing new knives in consistently and start getting better knives. Like, I'm still sticking with the budget knives. There's no way around that. I've got a Kaiser and Nitro V for $40. The a Kaiser and Nitro V for $40 that is only on their website because it's priced so low that I'm going to check out soon. I've got it saved in my notes because they showed it to me at Blade, and that thing is very, very cool. And we're going to have an idea what Nitro V can do on a factory edge at some point here, because that is definitely getting a live stream. Yeah, that's it. If you want to look at my feed, it'll cost $2. I'll go put socks on so fast your head'll spin. Okay, I got a burr that I like there. I think we already did the side. I'll give it another pass just to make sure. Yeah, we did. All right, on to 400. We're talking American money. Like, I only spend American dollars. Or I will spend a Japanese peso if I can find it. And Japanese pesos are a real thing. You just learned something new today. You go out there and get me some Japanese pesos. I know one of y'all is Googling it right now to find out whether or not I'm full of shit. Thank you, Punisher. Again, our trivia golem strikes again. Brother, one, I don't have a Leatherman multi-tool. And two, this is the most properly we get because I'm just now starting to learn how to freehand sharpening. Or how to freehand sharpen, so you get what you get. This, however, works wonderfully. Oh, you're talking about sharpening the blade on it like any other knife. I think the only problem with a Leatherman knife is it would be a bit too narrow for this, so you would be freehanding it. Now, if I had a Leatherman with a blade on it to show you, then I'd try to at least freehand it, since we're here sharpening stuff. But yeah, I don't have one. It's kind of one of those things where I wouldn't be able to carry it and use it at work in my daily life, so I don't spend the money on it. But yeah, we do have a lot of people that'll come in here and just make the most batshit requests, or I'll sub if you do this, and it's like, bro, your powers are useless here. I don't play like that. Like, we're here doing what we do, but yeah, I don't have a Leatherman to sharpen. I definitely appreciate the sub. Knockout KO Knives, subscribe to him. He does some live streams too. He's got some Leathermans, and he does, like, when he does his live streams, they are sharpening. Right now, we're taking a break from cutting up cardboard to like, we've been slicing up cardboard all night. It's just the edge finally wore out, so we're putting a new edge on it, and I'm trying a new angle. And yeah, I've already got like 4 knives stacked up for the giveaway when we hit 2,000 subscribers, so we're working on building it. All right, we got a good burr. Time to flipper. But yeah, Entity, I would subscribe to KO Knives, and then on his live stream, ask him to show you how to sharpen a Leatherman. That's what I'd do. He can take care of you on that one far better than I can. This is the Civivi Cogent. It's a cool knife, but I don't like the way the button lock on it works. However, it's got blade steel we haven't tested, so I was hoping the factory edge would hold up a bit better. And the factory edge, it's a micro bevel, which doesn't seem to like Cardboard Slayer. And I wouldn't be doing a live stream tonight after doing one last night, but I was at Blade Show all day today, and I'm still pretty fired up. Like, I thought I was just going to come home and lay down, but I was so overstimulated that I couldn't get back to sleep. Come on. There we go. Yeah, the button lock on this one's real bad about bouncing right back open when you try to close it. And, even if your timing's good, it still doesn't like closing all the way properly. So, I didn't really carry it much. Yeah, the pyrite's good. I like the pyrite. And this will not be a perfectly mirrored edge. There's still a few scratches in it, but for a rush job, not a problem. Okay. Okay, let me put this stuff up. We'll break out the strops and see what this 15-degree edge do. Now, one thing I can show you, The Atlas lock for cold steel is a couple 100 pounds heavier duty than the Triad. The Triad took 600 pounds, and then the Atlas lock took 800. Now, see, that's why I don't do fixed blade reviews here. I can't carry them at work. Exact same problem. Now, something that we can do, however, is show you what stropping is all about, because I've got 5 stages of strops with diamond paste embedded in them, and just the strops alone can sharpen something back up. You know, you don't have to. These strops can do a lot of work. So all you really got to do with the strops is just you basically get a strop and put a diamond paste in it. I think I'm like doing like 24 to 14 to 10 to 5 to 2.5 micron, and like just a course like a 40 or a 20 going into a 5 on the other side would take really good care of you, because that rough grit will definitely sharpen an edge up, as long as it's not like completely wrecked and chipped out. Yeah, the buck 110 is decent. However, that 440 on that may not hold up to what you're doing for long before it chips or rolls. That's the only thing with the 110. So if you're looking for a really fucking hard use knife that's affordable, take a look at the Cold Steel AD10. Those things can take shit tons of punishment and come back for more. Like Dutch Bushcraft Knives, they did torture testing on one of those, and they hammered the edge through a brick, and it just picked up a couple of small chips. Like, no major damage. Like, yeah, I mean, dude, 350, you can get a lot of knife, but honestly, if you're working on it and beating on it like that, a Cold Steel AD10 might be the best way to go. That's the direction I'd go for really hard outdoor use, and like just a lot of hard beat down use. So you got S35 VN. It's going to hold on to an edge for a good while. It's going to be easy enough to sharpen back up, and you'd have to do something really stupid to break it. Yeah, no, the Super Freak impressed the hell out of me. That impressed the hell out of me. Yeah, but the thing is too, like, if you break or lose the AD10, you're not out like 300 some odd bucks, because you can buy those for around 100 on Amazon right now. Okay, now we have got a 15-degree edge, and it has been sharpened and stropped. Yeah, so you got options if you're looking for a work knife. This is the wrong kind of paper towel to be trying this with. Then again, we just cut through a paper towel. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I wouldn't go 300. I'd just spend about 100 on an AD10. And we've got a monster I've never tried. So we're going to do this so I can stay up and keep going a while longer. Not great. Okay, so gentlemen, that is glorious. I may have been converted to the 15-degree edge. Now let's see if this 15-degree edge can take 2 hours of work. And give me a second, I got to get a new box for all this cardboard because all of mine are out of space. Now, I didn't say you were wrong. You know, it's the question of, will the 15-degree edge wear out faster than you might not have been buying the right brands or the right ones, because there's a ton of Chinese-made knives that are amazing. But that being said, Taiwan seems to be making better knives than China right now. Like, if you get Cold Steel, get their Taiwan-made stuff. Okay, so like all the boxes I have left are on the small side. At least the diced cardboard. Okay, so you're good to go on the stack. You're good to go over here. All right. So I'm gonna give myself one more minute and start at 9:45, and we'll see if I last longer than the 15-degree edge. But yeah, that's shaving a lot. And evasive floppy disk. There's your wiki feet for the day. Yeah, I'm tired, but I'm also still like fired up from Blade Show. Fook, you getting out of here, man? I know you're not getting out of here. All right. What, the blades that we just got today? Well, now that we got 15 degrees, I kind of want to see how it does. You know, we're just here killing time now. Yeah, that is nice. Yeah, it's like I wanted Fook to stay and hang out. He's one of our regulars. I think we got just about all the gang here. We're just missing 1977, staying alive 19. Still kicking 1977. We're missing him. Yeah, like the new blades that we just got, I need to carry those and do their reviews and all that before they go into Cardboard Slayer. It's like once I have to alter the knife or put a new edge on it or something, that kind of invalidates part of what I'm looking for in the reviews. And I may run out of cardboard tonight. Aw, Fook, you're out of here. All right, man. I appreciate you being here, dude. Always. But God Almighty. You're on a roll tonight, KO. You called the die roll an 8, like down to the number. You're on a roll, dude. I'm trying to decide which one to carry first. Because like I kind of want to chew through some of the budget stuff before I get the nicer stuff like the O knife and all that out. But I also want to carry the prototypes for a couple days, get a feel for those things. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to make up my mind when I go back to work. Yeah, if I had an 80-10 light, I'd love to run it on this. I may just carry one of the battle box blades. Go ahead and see how that does, and then put it through Cardboard Slayer. And maybe if I tag battle box in the review or something like that, they'll get in touch with me. Like, that may be a good idea. Yeah, it's really like the 80-10. As thick as it is, I do wonder how well that would work for this going through cardboard. But I do wish we would have talked to BattleBox about the channel and seeing if they wanted to do anything with me. Because like I'd love to check that out. You know, like I said, like when you were talking about it, I thought they were throwing like TAC Forces and MTEX in the box. I might, like, you know, I might end up with 5K, I might not. I'm just hoping to hit 2K before like an entire year and a half goes by again. Like that 1K took forever, and like people are still trickling in. It's just still really slow. You know, and that's the thing. If you're not doing a giveaway every week, building one of these channels is a very slow process. Yeah, I said, when I do all that, I'm going to be going online and looking them up and getting all the specs and everything else and finding out the retail on them. Like, give everybody as much information as I can. especially since these are companies I've never heard of. But, you know, if you do a little prep work for your live streams and just be ready in advance with stuff to sharpen or stuff to talk about and cover while you're sharpening, well, it's really like if you got something, if you got something planned out, you know what you're going to sharpen and all that. All right, cool. It's like, I think it can be fun to like go through a battle box and kind of see what's in there, like really carry it, all that stuff. Because like I said, I thought you were like talking about TAC Force or MTech or something like that, and those are actually decent looking. Like, they look like they're going to be okay. Well, you saw how I made a knife not sharp. But yeah, just have something to do while you're talking to people. Like this, I do this, and that's what I can do that's knife related. Oh God, that was such a nice cut. Oh my God. Did you intentionally type 4CR13? I'll be honest, I'm gonna have to start doing that on some of my like Temu knives or something so I can practice hand sharpening. No, they're not bad. Like I said, for us, what we're doing here on this channel, they're kind of right there in the sweet spot. I don't think I've ever seen something in 4CR. Like, I'm waiting for somebody to show up with 1CR. Like, I haven't. I need to see 2CR and I need to see 1CR on something. Yeah, I've got one now. I mean, like, we've tested knives in 3CR that did pretty okay, at least carried and used. And this is, again, unless you're a hard user, you know, the blade steel doesn't matter that much. I'm willing to bet. Yeah, I know it's a steel, but I haven't seen anything in 1CR. But, I'm willing to bet out of that 4CR, as long as the factory edge geometry is good enough, we could get a good hour and a half out of it. Yeah, I know it's a trash steel, like, that's obvious, but guys will make knives out of any fucking thing if they think they can sell it. Oh shit, let's get the 71-pound cardboard out. Tit. It's cutting, but it's surprisingly hard to push that through. Try diagonal. Yeah, diagonal's easy. Yeah. No, like, I don't think someone's making it in 1CR, but if someone thought they could sell it in 1CR, especially at a low enough price, it would probably happen. Yeah, I mean, That's one thing I would love to be able to set myself up to just start making blanks for guys that are making, you know, resin scales. But I'm not set up to do that on a large enough scale to make a difference. Yeah, I got a buddy of mine. One of my friends had the spread in the center of the Blade magazine that was at Blade Show. So he makes some great shit. But he took some of my beads and he was talking about getting them into the hands of some of his knife maker friends and trying to like get something started there for me. So maybe something will come out of that. But that also requires me spending a chunk of my free time downstairs making them in the garage. But God, this is a nice cut. And yeah, for a normal pocket knife with a blade this wide, 15 degrees is as low as I can go on that precision adjust. I am not familiar with cheaper than dirt. Well, now my curiosity is getting the better of me. It's time for us to take a look at Google real quick on my end. Gotcha. Uh, wow, 10 CR17. Yeah, that's going to be a much more in-depth search than I'm going to do here. Oh, yeah, fuck those guys. Because I tell you right now, if we could find a 1 CR17 knife, we'd be doing this with it. Like ASAP. Wow. Fuck those guys. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Like, Sorry, I hope whoever did that, like, their family never speaks to them again. Yeah, that's gonna happen. Like, I gotta do something for you guys. Yeah, it's like, can I just make people channel members for free, or how does that work? I'm gonna have to figure that out. It's like, I don't understand. If you gift a bunch of people memberships, does that mean you paid for all of them? Because that's always confused me. Someone gifted 17 memberships. Did they have to pay for all those memberships, or what the hell? Yeah, like, I do know every time someone goes on a tear gifting out memberships, I never get one. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I hope those guys, hope their families never speak to them again. Yeah, like, that seems a little ridiculous. Like, you're just paying for like 10 random memberships, which I can't imagine. Like, I don't know how much a membership is. I've never paid for one. Anything like that. So, like, I'm in the dark about a whole lot of that. So the last sharpening grit that I used on the stones was a ceramic grit. That's like, it went from 800 grit into a ceramic, and then I used the diamond paste. The smallest micron was 2.5. So you got like a highly refined edge here. Gotcha. Yeah, like, and that's the thing, is like, if I do get big enough for that to start happening, where like we got the super chats coming in and the memberships and all that stuff, a lot of that's definitely going right back into the channel. Oh yeah, and I will say, while I was talking to Andy at Rosecraft, he said Scab over at Choir Boys Outdoors, he had one of their pocket knives for 42 straight days carrying it, cutting up fucking sandblaster hose and stuff like that, and he didn't have to resharpen it one time. It took like 42 days to hit that point. Yeah, and like, if I'm not gonna be doing nonstop giveaways, then I've got to have like companies on my side like Remet and stuff like that. So I'm kind of hoping Vosteed remembered to pick up the note that I wrote for him with my email address on it. Hopefully. And so I know Bennett Naps has already got an email from me, reminding him about the conversation that we had. Yeah, I just set up a Gmail account for your channel. Like, that's what I do. It's an easier tool to communicate with, And like I don't have the notifications on that turned on, because I got to turn on all of my Gmail notifications in one go. But I can kind of check it on my schedule, and you know, like I can talk to you guys there if we're not on a video or something like that. So yeah, like a Gmail account's the way to go. Although I tell you, for a real throwback, I'd love to do a hotmail.com address, and I probably need to take a look and see if that's even possible. Because boy, you see a Hotmail email address, that is a, whoo, that is throwback. That is ancient. Oh yeah, look at it. It was still doing good on the factory edge, but I think what we're learning here is micro bevels do not like cardboard slayer. That scares the hell out of me every time. And my Wi-Fi is struggling. I can watch it on my other screen. Yeah, like I do like my 15 degrees. I'm kind of surprised that 15 degrees is the lowest I can go on that work sharp. But if I went any lower at all, I'd be grinding the clamp and not the blade. Yeah, my Wi-Fi router hasn't been restarted in forever. I haven't been gaming on it because I haven't been gaming, but so y'all might have had an issue with YouTube going through then, and not me, not my Wi-Fi. Because like my phone, I'm still on 5G, like no problem. But the phone that I'm reading the comments on is on the Wi-Fi, because it is not an active phone. It is basically a miniature tablet. It's the phone I replaced when I got this one. So I don't know why, but the phone that I am watching this on my right-hand side, is the last phone that I had, and when I go to do videos on it, somewhere between 3 and 7 minutes, it would just freeze and dump the footage. So there was no way to really do videos on there. I'd have to do like 15 or 20 takes before I got one that would film for, you know, a solid 10 or 11 minutes. So I upgraded out of that, but that phone doesn't have an active SIM card or anything on it, so it's on Wi-Fi, so it's just a miniature tablet. That's the thing, I still had a shit ton of storage space. I still had a shitload. And like, even when I got rid of all the videos that were still on my phone that I hadn't deleted yet, it still wouldn't cooperate. Just like my wife has the same model phone as that one, and hers is also acting up, but we don't have the money to replace it. I thought we were gonna have the money to replace it, but you know, taxes came in and we got stuck paying for a year of healthcare.gov insurance because I misestimated how much I was going to earn last year, which we may be getting hit with that again. So I have got a two different $35-ish ring lights with phone mounts on them. So the phone is mounted on an articulating arm, kind of like an old school lamp, and it's got the light on it too. So That's what I am recording on. And then when I do the 15-second shorts, there's a tripod on the other side of the room over a small table. Yeah, like when I'm recording, I'm watching what I'm doing through the viewfinder so I can watch the camera, see how my hands look on camera, make sure everything's in frame. It's a lot easier. And that way I know if it stops recording or if there's an issue. Because I'm paranoid about equipment not cooperating, is the best way to put it. Because, like, you know, I'll have, since I'm not editing stuff together, I don't have editing software, I'm not taking this to a computer to edit it, and I'm not going to start editing on the phone. You know, I've got to get it in one take, so if it freezes up and dumps it, I got to start over from scratch. Oh, we got some heavy cardboard here, boys. I don't know if it has an ECT on it or not. Nothing there. The ECT on this, 44 pounds. All right, it's decent. Yeah, I know you can't restart a resto. I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't be bothering with the daily 15-second pocket check, but it does count for daily content somewhere, I'm sure. And those things help the channel. If I have one take off and do over 500 views, that's probably a good 3 to 4 subscribers that come in on most days. It's been a little slower than that lately, but you know, for the longest time, I was picking up 2-3 subscribers a day. You know, just off those shorts. Yeah. So I had a program called KindMaster when I was doing the blacksmithing stuff, and yeah, it sucked being on a phone that small and having to use the screen to do all your input. Like, it was doable. But, you know, it felt unnecessarily challenging. So when you do your shorts, you can go in and search music within the short where you're doing any edits, and you get YouTube approved music. So if it's on there when I search it, yeah, it's good to go. Oh no, you're absolutely right. Sergio Lucio, what's up? What's going on, man? We're playing around with the Civivi Cogent. After 2 hours, we just broke down and put a 15-degree edge on it. So we're playing with this thing now and just seeing what the 15-degree edge do. And we've been talking about Blade Show and everything else. But yeah, like I'd spend a few minutes making a video, but it would take like all damn afternoon to try to splice it together. You know, it would take forever to edit it, and then at that point I'm so fed up, I'm just like, slap whatever on there and go, I'm done. Yeah, personally I find shorts easy to just sit there and stare at and kind of doom scroll. But yeah, no, I totally get it. Like, they're not for everyone. What the hell was I gonna say? It was something. I don't know. I lost it. Yeah, nope. You close the program out, you're starting over from scratch. I glued my balls to my butthole again. Oh my God, what did I do? I can't shake because my balls are blocking up my butthole. Terrence Funderburg, what's going on? You rolled in at a weird time. Speaking of which, Punisher, you want to pick the figure out this time? No, so there's a song, a channel called Obscurest Vinyl does some really weird stuff, and they got a song called I Glued My Balls to My Butthole Again. It's like an old R&B song time, or old R&B song. It is hilarious. All right, what you want, Punisher? But like, my favorite so far is You Look Like You Could Use a Fucking Lamp. That song is hilarious. So we got the robot, we got the ninja, the knight, and the alien. We're testing out the Civivi Cogent. The factory edge took about 2 hours to start cutting crappy. It's 14C28N, but the micro bevels that they do on some of these just don't like cardboard is what I'm finding out. So we put a 15-degree edge on it. And that's where we're at. All right, we're going with the ninja. You want the upcycle or the downcycle on it? You're a VIP, you get to pick. And I tell you, this right here, this dingus right here is really chewing this part of my hand up bad. All right, let's get a good song out of this. We got 10 right now. Let's see how many we drop. B for Baron. There's got to be a song. No? There we are. We went up. We went up to 13. So there's like 3 really confused people right now. Yes, Sergio. Yes, on it. It's not the worst wear and tear I've had, but I bet you there's going to be a blister tomorrow. I bet you. Which, I mean, the ergonomics, the knife did fine with, especially given how ridiculous what we're doing is. All right, KO, man. We'll see you in a bit. But you guys that just got here, did y'all see the Blade Show haul video from today? Or not yet? Yeah, I'm off till Thursday. I'm good. Don't come in here with that old shit. Don't even. Yeah, I know. We got guys that just came in, so like I'm not trying to rehash Blade Show again and again and again, but I will say, still, I had so much damn fun. Oh no, like I took 7 days straight off for Blade Show. So yeah, I definitely I'm getting my time. No, I was standing there waiting at the table for my Vosteed prototype, and Neebs was there doing something, and he just kind of walked right past me, and I was gonna say hey, but he was fucking focused on what he was doing. Like, cause it's Sunday and Blade Show's wrapping up. I know he was hauling ass from table to table to get everything he needed to do done. And honestly, at that point, I was zeroed in and focused on getting my Vosteed. Yeah, if you can get to Blade Show, go. You won't regret it. Like, you know, I got extra out of it by getting out of my comfort zone and talking to some companies about some stuff and talking to people at tables. You know, that's how Rosecraft hooked me up. That's how something may or may not happen with Naps. Something may or may not happen with Vosteed. But no, I never found Jorg. I don't know where the hell he was. I never found Outdoors 55 either. Like, I was looking for him the whole time I was walking through the big room and the small room. Because, like, I had to go to the small room anyways to find Eduardo Saul of Ed Saul Crafts fame. But, you know, it's... I don't know what table he was at, and he may not have been there today, too, because it's Sunday. So I didn't find anything at the tables I was looking for that was discounted heavily. So I picked up the stuff that I was there for, and like just the bonus things. Like, so I was there specifically to go to Kaiser. I was there specifically to pick up like 2 or 3 specific knives. The ones I wanted weren't there anymore. I hope to God that whoever found that mini roach on the floor at Blade Show was somebody that was broke and didn't have money to spend at the show. You know, like, I hope it wasn't somebody that had a book bag full of like $700 knives and found it on the floor. Like, I'm not bashing those guys, but they don't need a $35 Kaiser mini roach. Somebody that was in there with like $20 just to walk around. Yeah. Well, like, the tables I was looking at was like Kaiser, Cold Steel, stuff like that. So, like, they're not going to mark stuff down. Trying to remember, Trevisa, I couldn't find those guys. Oh yeah, I saw that pop up somewhere. That may have been in the last live stream. Someone said something about it. Like, I can't begin to imagine what that had to feel like. God knows a thief is fucking awful. Yeah, no, that's one thing that was disappointing as hell. I think last year when I was there looking too, it was full retail, so I didn't buy anything. 2 years ago, I'm pretty sure this was 2 Blade shows ago. I got this one, and it was full retail, but I didn't know any different. So, you know, I got this. It was a button lock. I wanted a button lock, and this one's tasted blood, and now it wants more. Yeah, you may have been the one that mentioned that Saturday, actually. Because then I was saying, then I said I'm not familiar with knives fast. All right, Punisher, man, have a good night, man. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for your time. I don't have a PO box. I don't have that set up yet. It's a monthly expense I can't swing right now. Like, the only reason I have all this stuff from Blade Show this year is I saved up for like 6 fucking months to do it. Because again, I've had days like very recently where I was like, you know what, food's too expensive. I'm just not gonna eat today. Which is again like, you know, if I do when I monetize the channel, if like super chats come in or dude, I appreciate you, man. I'm so happy to have you here every day or every stream. But that's one of the things with monetizing the channel is if like super chats or whatever comes in regularly, the support shows up, then I can pay for a PO box, stuff can get sent, and then I have to tell everybody every video, don't expect to see it again. You know, but I can get another yeah. Oh, don't worry, dude. You're totally welcome here. I lost track of what I was saying. But yeah, like if I want to get another mini roach, it's not that expensive. It's on Amazon. Not a big deal. Like if I was gonna lose something, that's not the worst thing to lose. But yeah, like at some point I will set up a PO box, and then I'll have to sort out how to handle like if a lot of stuff comes in, how am I going to handle like getting to that and doing videos on it in the middle of all the other videos I'm doing. You know, there's a lot of moving parts there I'm going to have to figure out when I get there. But yeah, was it Kel Knives? I think Kel Knives live stream earlier today. I wound up on their live stream. Come on, cut, damn you. There we are. Ugh. This is some 42-pound test cardboard, so it's a bit more hardcore cardboard than we've been doing. But yeah, me and Wilderness Bushcraft were walking around, and they just kind of bombed us with a, hey, you wanna talk to us for a second? And we showed them the Blade Show haul, and apparently it was find somebody with an interesting shirt to talk to, and I was standing right fucking there. Yeah, I don't mind. It just caught me off guard. I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, okay, I'm cool with it. Okay, then yeah, then you weren't here Saturday for that. So, Terrence Funderburg has seen my face, and the rest of y'all haven't. I'm pretty sure they're on Amazon. We can take a look, but like I said, I'm not super worried about it, man. I'll be honest. Like right now, I've got what 14 knives to go through, and then 2 more are being sent in from the guy that I traded for him. So like I'm gonna be tied up for a while. So like I said, hang on to your cash. Like really. However, I will look to confirm my suspicions, and if I'm going to buy another Kaiser in a similar price range, let me check my notes. Where the hell is it? Oh, not on this phone. Never mind. So there's a Kaiser that I put in my notes for to check out for you guys. It's like a $40 Nitro V knife. Let's see. Yeah, the Roach Mini, like 41 bucks on Amazon. Why is the black one $75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75? 75 Yeah. So I paid 35 bucks for it at the show. Um, yeah, I don't know why the black one's 75 bucks, but it's like $41. I can get to it when I get to it. But yeah, so Kaiser has a $40 Nitro V knife that's only on their website, but they showed it to me at the show, and it is cool. It's a very cool knife. Like, unless there's some catastrophic flaw with it, like, I can already tell you it's going to be a highly recommended knife. But they only have it on their website. They couldn't sell them at the show. They don't have them on Amazon. It's only on their website. I wish they would have had some at the show, but if that would have been the one I lost, I would have been pissed. But the Kaiser I didn't lose was the Kaiser Nice Guy, and I would have been really upset if I lost that one. So like I said, losing the Mini Roach. It's not the Banish. No, so the one they showed me was a lot like this one. This is the Kaiser Nice Guy, but it was about this size. It was about the same kind of blade shape, but you had blue textured G10 or FRN or something like that, and a button lock on it, and that thing was really slick. I can't tell you yet whether the Knife Guy is good or the Nice Guy is good for Amicus. I think that's it. I can't tell you yet whether it's that good. I just got it today. I haven't carried it. I haven't used it. I haven't done anything with it. However, in the hand right now, fidgeting with it, it feels great. That's part of the reason I bought it. Like, it's Nitro V, first Nitro V blade I've had. But yeah, it feels great. I got mine with the aluminum on it, and this thing feels really good. Like, I like everything about this so far, but I haven't carried it and tested it yet to really see if there's a big problem with it. So based off my first impression, yes, it's good. But that is a first impression. That's not, you know, that's not extended carrier use. I hate things being on my lights. Stop falling over. Stop. Do my bidding. Go where I want. So yeah, like the Amicus, I really, really liked what I saw there. Who, me? No. I think at the moment, I've got a grand total of 2 Kaisers. So I've got the Sheepdog XL, and now I've got the Nice Guy. I had the Mini Roach for about 45 minutes. But yeah, if you're asking, I do like the Nice Guy a lot, just off of my first impression. So what did we do? 930 on the new Edge, I think. Oh, fair enough, but we're going just by Kaiser branding. Trying to think if I have any others. I haven't. Hey, Benjamin Baker, welcome. I don't have any case knives to mess with. However, at some point in the near-ish future, I'm going on eBay. I'm getting an old case knife that's not in great shape so I can sharpen it and do this with it. But like carrying and doing full reviews on traditionals, I don't have a good way to carry those to do a fair review. So they don't get a lot of attention. Like, for me to carry something and use it as a daily driver, I need a pocket clip, and I need one-handed opening, especially at work. So I don't really get to mess around with traditionals. The stream is good on my end on both of my phones. I didn't know they started making a modern line, but that's good to know. Wait, I think somebody said they had some at Tractor Supply. I'm not sure, but yeah, if it's one of those things too, if I remember to look for it when I'm looking for stuff, then I'll definitely check it out. The only caveat is, like, right now I've got 14 knives that I need to go through and carry and do reviews on, and a lot of those are going through this at some point in their future. I've got 2 Rosecrafts. One of them is definitely getting an extreme cardboard slayer session because Andy asked me to do that. I've really got a whale on them, but like, I've got, just off of today and Friday, I've got so much stuff to work on. And then I've got 2 more coming in. So, like, I've got so much stuff to go through right now. I'm going to be set for probably the next 3 to 4 months. So, I have some Civibis I really like. I'd like to like this one, but the button lock is... It was working better, but even if you're, like, closing it with good timing, it likes to bounce back open. And it's not for me. I don't want to spend the time it takes to get the timing just perfect and the amount of force just perfect to make it work every time. Like, if I'm going to have to learn how to use a knife, it better be for a good reason. You know, like a fucking basic vanilla-ass knife like this with a problem like that. Now, my Bull Mastiff and my Mastodon, I love those. They are phenomenal. The Odium is pretty good. It's just a little bit small for my extra large gorilla hands. I have an Elementum, but it's too nice to carry. It's Damascus with the shredded carbon fiber and copper flakes in the handle. I got that, realized I was terrified of dropping it, and I was going to get another Elementum, and then never spent the money on it. Like, too many other shiny things happened before I remembered that I wanted to get one. And then they released the Elementum with the clear Lexan scales. And they sold out before I had the money saved up for them. And as of now, I am far too broke to pull that shit off. Like, I'm going to be broke for a while. Yeah, like... Just say, crack open Google real quick and look up the Elementum Damascus, and because they had a version with gold flakes, a version with silver flakes, and a version with copper flakes. Personally, I love the color copper. I love the color of copper, so that was a no-brainer. But yeah, like they're really, really cool, and that shredded carbon fiber in the resin, like it's in clear resin, it's absolutely beautiful. Like, especially in hand looking at it. Absolutely gorgeous. Does anybody remember how long ago we finished putting the edge on this and started cutting again? That was what, like an hour ago? But yeah, and if guys are sticking around and subscribing, I picked up 4 knives for my 2K giveaway. This is 14C28N. Which I wish the factory edge would have been a little bit more compatible with Cardboard Slayer, but it seems like a lot of these micro bevels like to get just bogged down after an hour or two. So we put a 15-degree edge on both sides. I think it was about an hour ago. How much was this? I think I paid 55 or 60 bucks for it. Like, I got it 2 blade shows ago. So I don't remember what I paid exactly. I just found out I didn't like the button lock a whole lot and didn't carry it. And so it went in the box to do live streams with and just to do Cardboard Slayer. But, Samuel Nordke, welcome. Nordike. Sorry, like, small letters are blurry as hell to me. I'm not sure why my vision is going out like that, but I'm pretty sure it's Nordike. Yeah, it's only been like an hour, and like the factory edge with that micro bevel lasted about an hour and a half or so before it started really showing problems. But we are going to take a look at the paper cuts and see what that shows us, because someone's got to remember, I thought it was like 9:30 or 9:45 my time. Little tiny bit of wear. Well, that was an 8-hour stream. 8 hours before that 154CN showed significant wear. Yeah, so it's been an hour. Thank you, KO. I haven't tested the banner. I keep looking at it, but it's been too expensive. Like, we were just talking about that. Like, the only reason I had money for stuff at Blade Show this year is I saved up for like 6 months. And I've had days now where it's like, food's too expensive, I'll eat tomorrow. Like, I can't even afford a ticket for the struggle bus right now. I'm pretty sure things are fixing to pick back up again and I'll be in better shape, but at the moment, no. But the banner is kind of floating around in the tertiary on my list. Yeah, so it definitely likes the 15-degree edge. This is definitely better than the hour we had on the factory edge. But yeah, so like the list of stuff I have on my wish list is like long as hell. So every time I go to look at getting something off my wish list, it's usually budget based. And let me see what the banner is right now. Yeah, like the baby banner, $75 there. 52. Yeah, that's the thing, is the banner has been a little bit expensive for me. So like I've looked at it and I haven't grabbed it, and I've looked at it and I haven't grabbed it. All right, Benjamin, I appreciate you being here, man. I really do. Right? I'm trying to figure out how to do the super budget showdown again, which may be eBay Apocalypse after Temugeddon. Yeah, like $100 is kind of out of reach for me right now. The most expensive knife I bought was $100, and that was because it was a prototype, and it was a Devo Knives prototype, which I went there specifically to find. But everything else I got was like 55 bucks or cheaper. And the reason I spent 55 bucks on the Kaiser was because it's Nitro V, and I like that. But everything else is like 35 bucks or less. Like, I cheaped out on everything to get the most mileage possible out of it. And oh, that Devo is fucking phenomenal. Like, that Devo and that Vosteed, oh my god. Like that Vosteed proto, like that specific proto is why I showed up and waited an hour and a half. It was like, yeah, the one I'm waiting on right now, I'll be honest, the one that I'm really got a big heart on for is the Cold Steel Mayhem. And like I have been desperate to get my hands on one of those since they came out. And then I got to hold one and open it and close it and play with it at Blade Show. Oh my God. Like I thought it had a square thumb plate to catch on your pocket and open when you pulled it. So I was like, I'll get one when I can. No, there's thumb studs and you got the Atlas lock so you can pull the lock and open and close it one-handed. Oh my God, I need that thing in my life so badly now. But are you talking about the Boker Kalashnikov XL? Because yeah, I do want one of those too. Now that being said, don't get the dagger grind on that. Get something with a flat grind on it. Because that dagger grind ain't a lot of fun to cut with. Yeah. So I've got two regular Kalashnikovs and the one with the dagger grind on it. Yeah. It looks cool. I got that one because it was the cheapest one they had. But yeah, it's not fun to cut with. Like general day-to-day light use, it's fine. But like we did Cardboard Slayer with it. Oh, it was not good. Like the steel held up fine, but yeah, that grind was impossible to control in a cut. Yeah, no. You're right about those shits being too expensive too. Thankfully, with cold steel, you're not suffering from the butterfly tax or the tick tax. But yeah, their good stuff is kind of expensive. You know. So I've got like 14 weeks of content to make. The only thing that I'm looking at besides knives for the channel right now, there are some cheap triad locks. I can't remember which ones, but yeah, the AD-10 was my weapon of choice right out of the gate. That was like $100. The Cold Steel Frenzy, that was like $120. But the only thing I'm looking at getting for the channel right now that I don't have sitting here in front of me is taking a look at the fixed angle sharpeners. The fixed angle guided sharpeners. Like I've got my Work Sharp Precision Adjust, but I'm looking at some on Amazon that are like 35 bucks. So I'm kind of curious to see whether or not they're good enough to recommend for you guys. That's like there is a cold steel tax, but it's nothing like the butterfly tax or the Spyderco tax. Like fucking Benchmade. Like I'm a bit of a closet fanboy just on the back of my bug outs, but Jesus Christ, everything they do is overpriced. Like sorry, but about 130, 140 bucks should be the max for a good bug out. Like top of the line. But yeah, so I'm probably going to take a look at one of those dirt cheap fixed angle sharpening systems and, you know, see if it's good enough to recommend to, like a lot of the guys that are watching my videos are also like on very tight budgets. And a lot of them do want sharper knives. So maybe a $35 fixed angle system would get them where they want to go. I don't know. But yeah. So like, and I'm curious to see how well they do, you know. I've picked up stuff off of Temu and worked with that. My strops are so the Lansky sharpener I cannot recommend. One big problem I ran into is the clamp is so huge and blocky that I could not get the stone to touch the edge of a knife that I had in there. I'm not sure what I was doing wrong, but it wouldn't cooperate. The materials are incredibly subpar. Where is it? There it is. So these right here, the rods that hold your stones, the first one, this right here snapped clean off just getting it out of the box. All right, that's already something that I don't like. But the way the clamp is set up, I could not find a good way to mount a regular pocket knife in there where it would sharpen it. I saw the guy at Blade do something with it, but I couldn't ever get it to work right. And like I just could not ever get it to work. And that's why I went over to the Work Sharp. Now, if you can get mileage out of the mileage out of the Lansky and make it work for you, more power to you. But like I couldn't get this to work right, and everything feels super janky. So I wound up just kind of letting that go. The only thing with that is, one, I don't have people sending me stuff right now. I'm not cool with it, and I don't have a P.O. box. And the other thing is, when I do get that set up, anything you send my way, don't ever expect to see it come back. All right? Because I know for a fact I am not reliable about getting stuff sent out. Like going to the post office and doing anything is basically my entire damn day, the way my head works. And like, that's the other thing too, is like, if I borrow a knife and something happens to it or the post office loses it, I'm pretty much on the hook. Somebody here knows the Para 3, I don't. The only Spyderco I've got is a Tenacious. Did I check on general delivery? I did not. I have not been to the post office. But that's also, going to my closest post office is a big ass headache. And I said, I'll figure that out when I get there. I'm not there right now, but I'll figure it out when I get there. Ah, damn it. My youngest kid hit me up and said that they're planning a trip to Tennessee to go see Primus. Like, I don't do concerts, but I've always wanted to see Primus live. Primus is just one of my all-time favorites. And we'll probably give this about 30 more minutes and call it. Actually, there was a Transformer. It was like named Optimus Primus, or I'll have to look that up. But there was a Transformer with Primus in the name. Oh, so Terrence, I don't know if you know this. On YouTube, you can find a version of My Name is Mud that Les Claypool and Primus did in Spanish. So you can listen to My Name is Mud in Spanish. My Name is Mud in Spanish. Okay? I can't stress that enough. I freaked right the fuck out when I saw it. Me amo Mud. There's like, I found out that there was a Transformer named Primus because there was a toy that was absolutely fucking monstrously huge. That's what she said. Got there before you could. But no, it was an absolutely massive figure. Yeah, 1977. Like, brother, I am still so fired up from Blade Show that I can't settle down. Yeah, and also check out Les Claypool's Duo de Twang. They've got a nice cover of Winona's Big Brown Beaver. They've got a really cool cover of Man in the Box. Like, it's some cool shit. Like, I love my Primus all the way through the Brown album, but after the Brown album, it kind of just lost me. And that's one shame that I have is I'll never get to see Les Claypool live at his coked out best. Oh, 1977 Alive and Kicking. I saved the robot for you. So guys, we are going to take a brief interlude for our figures. Are you talking about a knife with a recurve or something like that? Because the only way I have to sharpen a recurve is on my belt grinder. Like, I don't have... we're going to do the alien a little bit later for you, but 1977 Alive and Kicking always wants to see the robot, so I had it sitting there waiting on him. Yeah, because, like, for you, good sir. One more. Okay, Samuel, how about you tell us what the name of the knife is, who makes it, all that. We can take a look on Google and see if we can see what you're talking about here, because that's a really vague question and none of us know how to answer. Oh, wow. Cool. That is awesome. Like I love picking up traction. But yeah, evasive. Just remind me about the alien when we're closing down. If I don't remember. Yeah, no, this 15-degree angle is still cutting so good. I will say, I think after talking to you guys and know more about sharpening than I do, I'm glad I left the angle on the Vosteed prototype at 18, because that is a 5 CR. Yeah, the Ryuxin is the one I'm planning on taking a look at, actually. Yes, those things are like 35 bucks. You know, if we can get some good results, like I need to test it on the factory stones. 'Cause I know some of the guys watching could really use a good fixed angle sharpener like that. And again, we're all on tight budgets. You know, that's something you'll learn is this channel lives and dies in the sub $50 range, because like the audience that I'm attracting wants to see those knives, and nobody else is really testing them and doing reviews and putting actually working with them. You know, the review you get might be some dude opening a box and pulling it out, and yeah, that's awesome. You know, open and close it like 3 times. Yeah, that's what I worry about. Because like, if you have to go buying extra stones, like if you hit $50, you might as well buy the baseline Work Sharp Precision Adjust. It's like $61. And I can tell you right now, that Precision Adjust is a gift from the gods. And when I dropped by work, that just scared me. When I dropped by Work Sharp's booth and took a look at the, I've got the Elite. I've got the Precision Adjust Elite, and that thing is phenomenal. But I got to look at the Professional. Oh, I want it so bad, but that's spending an extra 250 bucks for some bells and whistles that I don't have to do what I got to do. So that's going to be sitting on the wait list for a long time. Like by the time I settle down to buy one of those, there's going to be a new version out that's a lot better than even that one. Well, and that's the thing is, you can buy a $60 baseline Work Sharp Precision Adjust, and then later on buy the extra stone set, and you've got what I have there. That's the Elite. It's just the baseline with extra stones. You'll be winding up at about the same price as the Elite. Like, it doesn't make a difference whether you buy it all at once or buy it separately. But, you know, you can do basically two installments and get an Elite. Oh, Yeah, you don't want to be using wet stones with the stone facing down. Like, no, no. Okay, so I'm gonna skip that and try to find something else then. I am so glad you said something about that. Um, Terrence, you have made my life a little bit easier. I will find something else. Yeah. Well, I mean, that was the big question with that was the stones, like looking at the parts in the picture, it looked like the fixed angle guided part, the rods and all that were going to be okay, maybe a little bit challenging to figure out how to get the most out of them. But the stones were going to be the question, whether or not they would do a decent job sharpening without dishing out or disintegrating. So yeah, that's very, very helpful information. I'll work on finding something different. But it looks like the only other options that are that cheap are freehand sharpening, and I'm having fun learning how to freehand. Don't get me wrong, but there's a bit of a skill ceiling to that. Yeah, so how much did the set of diamond stones you had for it? Oh no, the Lansky, I tried to use it once. All right. I could not get the stones, to touch the edge of my blade. They just kept hitting the clamp. I don't know what I was doing wrong, but that and parts breaking as I was getting them out of the box. Like, I know it works for some people, but it's not for me. I'm not going to trash Lansky over what was probably operator error. But I will say I don't appreciate the fact that it was that hard. Like, whatever I was doing wrong was that easy to do wrong. It's like I've got the Lansky right here, and we just talked about it a few minutes ago. So, like, somebody that can get the mileage out of the Lansky and get it to work right, can recommend it. I don't have anything to offer there. I may sit down and try to make that work right again, but I may not. But Terrence, I was going to ask you, how much was the set of diamond stones you got for it? Because that's that definitely factors into the cost. That's what I was going to ask. Okay, so yeah, like you're pushing that into just get a work sharp precision adjust range right there. Which, I mean, honestly, like you having two separate setups for that is probably very, very convenient, and obviously you like it quite a bit. Um, but yeah, you are at just by a precision adjust range right there. Sam X35, welcome back, dude. I don't know when you left. Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea. However, I'm not that patient. My dad has a Tormex system, but I don't hang out at his place. I like hanging out with my dad, but he's the only person in that house I like to hang out with. Yeah, the 10-piece set is good on that. I do like the 10-piece set. If you were to get the Work Sharp Precision Adjust Professional, You have tons of stones you can buy for that, and they magnetically clip in. That's part of why I want one so bad. But again, like, I can get insane edges on these things with the one that I've got and my strops. You know, good strops make a huge difference. You know, I've got my work sharp precision adjust. I've got stones I'm learning how to freehand on right now. I've got my strops. I've got the kin onion belt grinder. I've got a 1x30. I've got a 2x72. I have got sandpaper and marble plates if need be. That's a good find for $80. Yeah, if you're going to start making knives, I will tell you right now, from personal experience, start small. All right, start on something the size of a CRKT minimalist. Do not try to start on full-size knives. Start with fixed blades and start small. Yeah, you need to get some more plates, dude. Like, it's like, oh shit, you got contact with faults? Nice. Shit, it sounds like you're way ahead of the game than I was. So, yeah, I don't need to be telling you shit, dude. But all I can tell you is where I fucked up. Right, that's pretty fucking cool, man. If you got Alan Foltz, if Alan Foltz has your back, you're in good shape, dude. Yeah, that is awesome, man. Like, I'll tell you right now, Alan Foltz does design stuff that I like. I do. Like, I've got the CRKT Ritual in my Too Nice to Carry drawer. I've got like 2 minimalists, and I know some of y'all have seen the minimalist tribute that I started making that failed. And it sucks too, because that was like the nicest overall piece that I was finishing off that I made from scratch. Oh, I am jealous of the prototype ritual. I'm not gonna lie. Bill, thank you so much for being here, man. I appreciate you. But yeah, like, I am jealous of the ritual. I feel a little bit better that I have some prototypes, but damn, that is a good prototype to have, dude. That is a really fucking good prototype to have. Wow. Yeah, I mean, my tradition is turning into, when I go to Blade Show, dropping by Devo and getting a prototype from him. Oh no. So the ritual for me, I bought it for the looks and the novelty. I have carried it and used it, and I'm gonna tell you right now that it's so hard to control the tip or anything like that that it's a showpiece. It's a showpiece. Like I have EDC'd it and tried to use it. But I got that as a present for myself whenever I got promoted to department head over Frozen and went to full-time from part-time at work. Yeah, no, it sucks that you were in there as early as you were for Dark Timber and they didn't have anything. Oh yeah, brother, we were in line at 8 a.m. for the doors to open at 11, so Wilderness Bushcraft had a shot at getting a Dark Timber. And, well, no, like, you have to buy early bird tickets. That's all you got to do is buy early bird tickets and be the first in the door. That's what we didn't do. And next year, I am seriously considering spending the extra on early bird tickets just to make life a bit easier. You know, the only caveat to that, it was like $120 for early bird tickets, and it was like $55 for regular 3-day tickets. But believe me, Bushcraft Outdoors knows about his Dark Timber. They're just really fucking nice handmade pieces, dude. Like, that's what I've seen out of them, is just really nice handmade pieces. They're very cool. You know, and I know Wilderness can tell you how long he's booked out, but he's booked out for a long time into the future. That wait list is long as hell. Well, like, so he's into higher end stuff than I'm into. You know, like he's more into fixed blades and stuff like that. Like I'm on the cheap end. So like when we go to Blade Show, like we're never standing at the same booth. Like I'll stop by one of my booths, he moves on to somewhere else. He stops by, you know, one of my booths, he moves on somewhere else, and so on, like back and forth. Like I'll stand there watching him talk to someone at one of the higher end booths, and I'm like, hey, I'm gonna go to Smoky Mountain Knife Works and get a couple of $10 knives. No, if I could carry and use fixed blades day to day, I would have a blast with them. Believe me, I would have a blast with them. Oh, dude, you're still here, man? All right, have a good night, man. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, it's like 11:20 my time. So we are almost at 5 hours. But I am still pretty fucking wired. Yes, that's the guy I was standing there with during the Kel Knives interview. The one that seemed like he had his shit together better than I did. Yeah, I think Oh, dude, I was already excited as shit, and I'm like, hey, a camera, all right. Yeah, I bet money. I bet money Ed Saul isn't quite booked out that far yet, but he's probably getting there pretty quickly. I said, I definitely appreciate the sub. Like, that was just out of left field. They ambushed us. But they caught me when I was like 100% overstimulated. Like, overstimulated. It's like, ooh, I got toys. No, I should have caught Crispy Donut Community when they were doing that with their cameras on Friday, because like I was right there, but we needed to get to the other line. Because like I know they were giving out free swag while they were doing that. It's like, I like free stuff. So we're right about 2 hours in on the 15-degree edge. The factory edge was kind of crapping out by this point, and it wasn't cutting worth a crap. But we are going to check and see how it's held up in about 10 minutes here. Yeah, they had donuts, but they were also like, someone got like a hard case and a couple other things for being on camera for them. And I was going to catch them when they were asking people, but we needed to move to the other end of the building. And I wasn't going to split the group up over that, which, I mean, it's no huge loss. I said, honestly, the stuff I walked out of there with, especially in the prototype department, kind of outweighs any other free swag we could have possibly gotten. I normally do 18, but I decided to try 15 on this because it was recommended by the guys. And I hadn't done 15 degrees yet. So, here we are. So, like, I dropped by the Crispy Donut booth. And I got a guy that I know on Facebook, and I've followed him on YouTube since, like, he was at 200 subscribers. A guy named Brian Edmondson, B-E-E-D-C. And he said to drop by and say hi, so I did, but he was kind of all over the place, and I think he was more working than socializing. Oh man, this pile of cardboard is getting so damn small. Like, we are getting so low now. There won't be another live stream before I'm off vacation. We'll put it that way. I did not check out Copper Shed, but there was a lot of stuff. Like, the thing that I hate is, you know, walking around Blade Show and you're on like a very, very, very tight budget. You walk up and start talking, and if you say how much is that, you got to stand there and be like, I cannot afford that, but that's cool. I'm getting more relaxed about that, but this kind of the social anxiety starts kicking in when I'm like, I'm too broke. So I tend to not stop and ask questions too much. And of course, if the table's not loaded down with what I'm looking for anyways, like, I'll walk by and look, but I don't stop. So yeah, we'll check the edge once I finish this piece. And I'm still pretty fucking wired, so we're going to go for a while longer. The last live stream wound up only being 3 hours because it went down to like 2 viewers. I was like, all right, well, good time to close it out. Yeah, and, you know, again, that's part of the social anxiety thing. Like I said, I guarantee you, if I went in and really started, like, if I tried to get diagnosed, I'm pretty sure I'd be somewhere on the spectrum. Because like I said, one of my kids got the diagnosis, and when they were telling me all the symptoms they had that got them that diagnosis, it was like, stop telling me all of my own problems. Stop. Stop. I've heard enough of my own problems. That is expensive, but I promise you I'm never buying a Medford. But yeah, I think the most expensive knife I've bought in one go was like 140 bucks, like cheap. Yeah, it's not so much about Medford being overrated, it's the fucking incidents with the racist ass shirt 2 blade shows ago now. Like, coming out publicly like that is a bad move anyways, but that's not something I'm going to support. You've got that. Why do you have that shirt in your closet? Why do you have that shirt in your closet? Okay. Yeah, dude, that was just insanity. And I mean, I know he has people that are perfectly happy to see that and they're cheering for it. But yeah, like me personally, I can't have that around me. I'm not cool with it. Doing good, man. How you doing? Like, I'm like so overstimulated from Blade Show today that I'm just wired. Like, so we are tearing up a Civivi Cogent with a brand new 15-degree edge on it. But how are you doing, man? But yeah, like honestly, if Medford would have tried to hand me that shirt, I'd just be like, nah, don't touch me with that. Bye. Or looked at it and dropped it on the floor and just walked off. Yeah, no, like, I completely understand being anti-clone. All right, I don't like clones, and especially when you're trying to do something like this, you can't be, like, showing off clones that you know are clones that you bought. Like, I've ended up with some clones because I don't know everything out there, and when someone points it out that it's a clone, I have to do a corrective video, like, sorry, this is a clone, I didn't know it was, but it's going bye-bye. You know, like, I call myself out on it and maintain some accountability, you know, but yeah, that wasn't necessary. And I know he's got people that are cheering for it, and that's what they're there for and all that, and that's, you know, it is what it is, but yeah, not me. Dude, Blade Show was amazing. So, like, I'll give you the recap real quick. I came home with like 14 knives today, and 4 of them are my 2K giveaway knives. I may or may not have talked Vosteed into adding thermochromic resin that changes color when it gets warm to their knife handles, so they change color in your pocket. I may or may not have talked Naps into doing Lexan scales with colored tint to them, so you got like translucent green, blue, pink, whatever. And then yeah, I picked up a Vosteed raccoon prototype for free. It was a hell of a day, man. It was a hell of a day. Yeah, if it's something I know is a clone, I'm not going to show it. And if I find out I showed a clone, then I got to go back and call myself out. Yeah. You know, that's the thing is, like, and the thing is, like, they will clone fucking Browning knives. Like, I ended up with a like $17 clone of a clone of a $17 Rush Deer or a Free Tiger, whatever the hell it was. Oh yeah, no, it was cool. Like the Vosteed guys, the raccoon I picked up had resin scales because they're trying to figure out how to do that for production. And I've done some resin casting, and so I was able to kind of walk them through how to make thermochromic resin that changes color when it gets warm. And I gave them one of the beads that I made that changes color when it gets warm. I showed them how it works. So we had a long conversation about that, doing glow-in-the-dark stuff, doing blacklight reactive stuff. Like, we went in on it. We went in on the resin, and I passed off all the information I could. because to get that free Vosteed Raccoon prototype, I had to stand there at the table for like an hour and a half. So like I had plenty of time to talk. Yeah, because like I had a bag of beads that I was handing out to people. Well, I appreciate you being here, man. You know, I appreciate your time. Maybe next time, or at some point, you can catch one earlier on. But you know, I always appreciate it when anyone drops by, even for a couple of minutes. Yeah, you know what I need to do is I need to figure out how I can get cardboard cast in resin to make some beads. Only caveat to that is I don't know how to get resin all the way down in between the layers. Like, I don't think even a vacuum pump could get it in there effectively enough. That's the only problem I see there. Or a vacuum chamber. So I need to figure that out. Yeah, like if I can figure out how the hell I'm going to make that work, I need to do that. And like, I'm not too familiar with Danny Phantom, but I know enough to know they've got a box ghost on that show. I need to do something with that too. No, I've got a vacuum chamber. However, there's a limit to what it can do. There are limits. And when you put a resin in a vacuum chamber, you get a ton of bubbles and foam. Like, it foams up like crazy. And that makes it kind of hard to control what's going on in there. And you only have a limited amount of time before you have to get it in the pressure pot after that. So there's a lot of moving parts there. I've got a vacuum chamber, but I never put it together. So I do have one here. The pressure pot's been in use, but the vacuum chamber hasn't. But yeah, there's some jokes to be made here about a box ghost that I can't quite put together. Okay. So I'll be honest, we're 2 hours in on this and we still got a screaming sharp edge. Like, that is... Now I am astounded. I am in Georgia. I am a little bit north of Atlanta. Now that I've got a good edge on it, I like the 14C 28N, and this is kind of where we're thinning the soup out with this, is because, you know, until we put a good edge on it, we don't know whether we're dealing with factory edge issues or steel wear. But yeah, I do like this. Judo, what's up, man? My favorite EDC fixed blade. I don't have EDC fixed blades myself because where I work, I can't carry them. But like if I'm going out somewhere where I can use a fixed blade, yeah, minimalist is a good call. Yeah, no, I'm like 30 minutes away from Blade Show. Yeah, this is kind of impressive here. But yeah, like that's this one thing is like I work at a store and I have to be business casual, slacks, a button-down shirt and all that, so I can't carry a fixed blade. So I end up carrying folders of pocket clips. Good God, yes. Yes, this is fantastic, you guys. Okay, so I done learned something today. But give me a second here. I believe it is time for the alien for our friend Evasive Floppy Disk. And like, I hate being like that about fixed blades because it comes up a lot, but I don't have a way to really do a fair review or fair, like, offer any fair feedback on it. I don't think we've done the night yet, but here's the alien. Yeah, we're still going. We're 2 hours in on this 15-degree edge, and Jesus Christ, it's sharp. But evasive floppy disk. There you go. I'm not seeing state of the collection, at least not coming up here. Oh, it's a short. All right. Well, I got the sub in there, so I can check it out. My state of the collection. I found out my camera cuts off at 25 minutes, so that was 2 videos, and now the state of the collection is woefully incomplete. But are we still shaving? Uh, let's do one better. Evasive floppy disk. Get your screenshots. Yeah, we're not shaving anymore. Yeah, Beaver Baron. Hey, going to work 1977. At least I saved the robot for you, buddy. Yeah, it's not shaving, but 2 hours in, and we're still doing incredibly clean cuts on paper. I don't know how much longer I have left in me. I am starting to finally fall apart, but we are going to go for a little bit longer. Yeah, this may be another 20 minutes here, if that. Like, I'm starting to get lightheaded. See you later, man. Have a good day at work. Like, this will be like 5.5 hours. It's not even a record. But like I said, I'll be damned. I am impressed. I will give it that. I am impressed by this. Oh man. I am sure you will figure out how to pull it off. You just need to figure out the first couple steps, and then a lot of it will kind of take over for you while you go. Yeah, work on getting your filming setup improved a little bit, and just know what you're gonna do. Like get an idea of what you're gonna do for a few videos out. Yeah, like KO Knives, when he's doing the live streams, a lot of us are, you know, hanging out, talking, shooting the bull like this. It's a little bit quieter, a smaller stream for right now. Like I enjoy those when I can catch them, and normally he does them right after I do mine when I'm fucking falling apart. But yeah, your edge geometry matters more than steel does. Sir, you focused on this for more than 3 minutes. Come on now. Come on now. And I have got so much shredded cardboard to clean up and get packed away so I can haul it to work now. Like, I have gone through so damn many boxes. Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, I'm not doing anything for software and hardware when I'm doing this. All right. I have got the phone that I use day in and day out on a ring light right here. That goes on the other ring light for doing long form videos. And the phone that I deactivated when I got this one is on my right hand side on Wi-Fi watching the stream so that I can read comments in 2 different places. Like, there's no hardware or software stuff either. That's not clear liquor. It's denatured alcohol. One thing you learn about me is I don't drink. I am no longer a fan of crying alone in a dark room. So yeah, I think one thing I'm taking away from this too is on the higher edge retention steels, I can bring that edge down a bit and feel comfortable. But yeah, like my baseline for a lot of stuff is you know, 18 degrees for the budget steels. Yeah, just get yourself a decent ring light and set it up. That way you can get clean overhead shots and not be reaching around the camera. Trust me, it makes your life so much easier. You will wonder how you lived without it when you get it. And since we're sitting here winding down the stream, let's drop. All right, brother. I appreciate you dropping by, man. Blade was a fucking blast, dude. And just let me know if you stumble across a stray Kaiser in your truck somewhere. I'm 99% sure it's not there. It's just gone to the ether. Yeah, Terrence, man, thanks. Yes, if you want a really, really relaxed, mellow, very peaceful stream, one of KO's streams is definitely a good place to go. That's some very, very quiet, serene energy right there. Like, I wind up being a bit hyperactive, especially when guys get me talking on a good tangent. I try to be as close to chaotic good as I can manage when I'm doing this. You know, my energy will never be as pure as Kyle Royer's, but that's a good thing to aspire to. But Yeah, the KO live streams are definitely a serene experience. Oh wow, yeah, that's a nice setup, dude. Like, I don't need to be telling you shit about nothing. Oh yeah, and like, that's one thing is, like, I used to be a very insufferable asshole. Like, I was the last person you wanted hanging around, even if you were my friend. I thought I was being either funny or showing that I cared by being good natured, a little good natured ribbing and stuff like that. But I'd always take it too far. I was an asshole. So now that I have learned to be better and do better, I do everything I can to treat people well. And there's only been a couple times I've had to warn somebody on here that they were about to get banned. Vincent Morello, you haven't missed anything terrible. Like, we put a 15-degree edge on this and we got 2 hours of cutting out of it and it was still crazy sharp. It stopped shaving, but it was still really sharp. I kind of went on about my experience at Blade Show today and got into a lot of other stuff, but you did come in right as we're winding things down because I am almost 5.5 hours in and I am a wreck. Like, I'm still hyperactive, but I'm also getting lightheaded and tired. Just this whole day has kind of resulted in a small manic episode. Oh no, I get it. It's just like I hit a point when I realized that's not who I wanted to be anymore. Like, or I wasn't being who I thought I was being, and I needed to get who I actually was more in line with who I wanted to be. And I'm not perfect about it. I've got friends that I think it's cool to joke with, and then I wind up going too far and they got to say something. I've had that happen a few times now, but I really try to curb that. But yeah, like, I lost track of my train of thought. Okay, we strop this. Let's get the difficult to cut paper out from under 4 or 5 knives. Oh my god. I'm thinking dirty thoughts right now, boys. And the thing is, this is like old notebook paper that's been around for years, so it's picked up a lot of the moisture in the air and stuff like that. So this is tougher to cut than a lot of other stuff I've used. Oh no, you were talking about that the last stream. Yep, finally got too thin to cut. Well, part of that is the strops too. These strops are loaded with diamond paste, which is not the best thing in the world. Diamond emulsion is apparently better, but I got a bunch of diamond paste off of Temu. So this strop was made by a friend of mine. He also made this one, and this strop came from Temu. They're all loaded with diamond paste, and I can't remember my grip progression right now, but it's like 24 to 14 to 10 to 5 to 2.5 micron. So you can almost completely sharpen a knife just off of this if you have something that even resembles an edge. Like these, the strops are phenomenal. I will say if you're gonna buy strops, spend the money on some good ones. The bigger one is better. This works, but for this strop and like 10 or 11 tubes of diamond paste on Temu, it was 11 bucks. You can't argue with that. You cannot argue with that price. Especially not with these results. But those strops, just the strops, have actually sharpened ceramic. Yeah, I sharpened ceramic on these strops and nothing else. If that tells you anything. Like, this ain't shaving sharp, but it went from butter knife dull to actually making cuts. Oh yeah, no, Meat Canyon is fantastic. I love Meat Canyon. Now, will it cut this paper towel? It is cutting, but this is the wrong kind of paper towel to do this with. I'm so good at being married, I've done it twice. Yeah, you got me on that one. I'm only 44. No, I have not tried gunny juice. The only things I've tried on strops are the black and green, or no, the green buffing compound from Harbor Freight and the white rouge block on that first drop, and then the diamond paste that I got from Temu. That's all I've tried. Um, I would love to have some good diamond emulsions and a whole new strop, but that's money I don't have to spend on something like that, especially while I have something that works this damn good, you know? I'm so good at being cheated on, it happened in every relationship except the last two. Now, the ex-wife, there are um one, two, three, four affairs that I can confirm, and there are three more suspected that are highly likely. You don't get a free shirt. However, you do get damage that you're not going to clean up anytime soon. Yeah, we're going to give this about 7 more minutes, and then I'll wrap it. I can't tell you how happy I am SOG came through for me. Like, that was fantastic. And I will say with the pocket clip now, with the good pocket clip, it actually carries. Like, this is actually really skookum. And I may end up, after I carry this one, I may swap the pocket clip over for the edge that I put on it and the smoother texture. But yeah, this thing's skookum as frig now. Yeah, because like I told him, I was like, hey, I ordered a pocket clip in April of last year and I didn't get one until September. I called back and they sent me the wrong clips, and he was asking about the clip and all that. And it took him a couple of tries to tell me he was just giving me the knife. I was like, you know, I was actually totally taken back for that. Yeah, it is all about your picking, dude. Like, you got to change your picking habits. I can't really offer much advice outside of you know, like the wife picked me out. I'm not sure why to this day, but you know, I was still very careful going into that and got to know her fairly well before we did anything. You know, because I told her right out the gate, like, I don't do casual relationships. My ass catches feelings too easy, so I'm gonna be real careful for a while. But yeah, like, trust me, like my opinion has done a 180 on the SOG Terminus XR situation. Um, and like this pocket clip fixes everything. And I need to do that update video soon. I may work at like tomorrow. There may be 3 videos getting posted in one go. Oh, dude, you have no idea how badly I screwed up the first date. So we go to the Cheesecake Factory, and so first off, I kind of lay out all the things that could be a red flag, which I did on purpose. I wanted to make sure, and I told her, yeah, I gotta stagger the uploads, but I have so many to make right now. But and I told her, like, I'm laying out the red flags for you here because if you don't want to deal with this, then go ahead and, move on before I invest. I don't want to deal with that much pain over something that can be avoided now. But we're halfway through, and like, the thing is, like, when I'm really close to people that I like, more often than not, they wind up with a nickname of some kind. The ex-wife had a nickname and I used it so much, and then I, used so many other nicknames after we divorced that I forgot her real name for about a year. Like, I forgot what her name was. And then we're halfway through. I'm like, by the way, don't know if this is a deal breaker for you, but my ex-wife is also named Rebecca, which, that was shooting myself in the foot. But again, if it was going to be a deal breaker, just get it over with now before we get hurt. But then I go to the bathroom, and the urinal in that bathroom. Okay, you got the urinal right here. There's a hall at 45 degrees going to the stall for the toilet, for the the toilet stall, and then there's another hall 45 degrees going to the door. So you're standing there right here, and you got a hallway right here and a hallway right here, and you can't cover both flanks at the same time. So, like, I'm crab walking side to side, trying to make sure someone doesn't walk in and see everything while I'm busting a whiz, and someone doesn't come out the stall staring at my junk, trying not to pee on my shoes. And so, my dumb ass, I go out of the bathroom, and I tell her what the hell I just lived through. And, so, like, I tell her what the hell's happening, and I'm talking to her about it, and the waiter comes up, and he's like, is there a problem? And I'm explaining it to him, too. Because I'm like, have you been in that bathroom? He's like, no, we have to use the employee bathroom. We can't go to that one. I'm like, dude, come in here plainclothes and Mission Impossible that shit. Like, it is wild. So, like, that was, like, the tail end of the date. Like, I'm explaining all this, and then, like, I'm home for about 5 hours. I was like, I should have kept that to myself. But then I'm telling one of my other friends about it, and she's like, why didn't you just go in the stall? And I got real fucking quiet for a few minutes. Like, that's kind of me in a nutshell. Like, you kind of want to sum me up as a person in social situations. There you go. I guess there were a few second dates. I mean, she's upstairs laying in bed waiting on me now. If that tells you anything. I am a being of raw charisma. I somehow managed to play through that. Like, I somehow managed to bounce back from that. Either that or she knew what she wanted and she was just locked in on it. Yeah. No, extremely awkward. Like, there's my customer service game face, and that is slick as shit. And then there's me when I am off the clock and just being myself, and there's a lot of awkward there. Yes. Yes, indeed. That is Miss Knives, I guess. I believe you were thinking of Skibbity Toy. Would you believe a newspaper published an article in shit, what country was it? One of the South American countries, Latin America, somewhere in that region. But they were posting about concerns for their children having skibbity toilet syndrome. Skibbity toilet syndrome. Someone printed that with a straight face. Just let that marinate for a second. Because I'm not over it. But no, yeah, I am not the best in the world with Riz. Oh, on God, bussin'. I love how you guys knew that too. Like, we are in the right fucking place. Oh my God. Oh God. Okay, so you're one of the young guys here. You guys do know when Sprinkle Donut Forge is in here, I actually mailed him holy water to get his car right. Y'all know that, right? Like, I ordered holy water for him to get his car right. Sir, I am going to say this with a completely solemn and straight face. The Gen Z brain rot is watered down pussy shit compared to what Gen X had available to them. Okay? Just gonna say that, especially those of us that were there at the beginning of the digital age. It ain't shit. You know, you want good, strong, pure brainwash or brain rot. Sit there and watch like 3 Faces of Death videos back to back to back and see where that leaves you. If you could have been there for rotten.com. Gravy Seal, what's going on? I'm going to be edging for quite a while, but that's on various knives that I picked up at Blade Show. I wish you would have gotten here sooner, man. We're in the process of wrapping it up. Like, it's been 5.5 hours, and I am still wired, but I'm also physically exhausted and getting kind of loopy. Yeah, you were waiting for the end of the stream? If you were waiting, you got here at the perfect time. Yeah, and I mean, Jackass got. I loved the first episode of Jackass when they were fucking shopping carts into curbs and stuff. It's like I'm watching that going, fuck, we used to do that for free. Like that's still hilarious. That is still absolutely hilarious. Yeah, I don't know if you're speaking about the quality of the stream or your mental state. I don't know whether to be offended or not. I'm sorry, I got to do this some more while I'm sitting here. God almighty. Well, I'll tell you what, guys. I know everybody here is tired. I am becoming a hazard to myself. So let's go ahead and wrap this one up. You guys have a fantastic night. I'm going to go lay down and let meds kick my ass. And yeah, I will see y'all again. It may be a few days before I do another stream just because I'm running out of cardboard, or I'll do a short one before I go back to work. We'll figure it out. Yeah, thank you guys so much for being here, man. Y'all make this worth it. But yeah, everybody have a good night. I'm signing out.